With your support and cooperation, we will respect time, not just for the inaugural session, but for all the sessions over the course of next 2 days in this conference. Thank you. Please be seated comfortably. So good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning and a very warm welcome to this conference on valuation. Today, it's a beautiful Sunday morning, 14th of May. What is special about today? Yeah, it's Mother's Day. So can we have a round of applause for all mothers across the globe? No matter how big we become, how much we move on in life, one can never forget parents. And we like to bow in reverence and gratitude to mothers for all the love, compassion, care that they have, not just for us, but for humanity. I think our earth is also a mother. Our nation, India, is also Mother India. And I believe that for the development of Mother India, Mother Planet, valuation professionals are contributing a lot as well. So we should have a round of applause for the valuation ecosystem professionals. So that's the importance of today, 14th of May. Can you tell me what's the importance of tomorrow, 15th of May? It's the 5th anniversary of ICI RVO. And therefore, greetings to ICI RVO for their foundation day. And as we observe the 5th anniversary of ICI RVO Foundation, we are here gathered at the park in the capital city of New Delhi to celebrate by organizing this 2-day conference. A very warm welcome, everyone. So this 2-day conference has the theme Sustaining Public Interest Through Valuation Ecosystem. And the valuation ecosystem consists of the regulator, the IBBI, the frontline regulator, the RVOs, RVs, and of course, others who mandate valuation like RBI, SEBI. We're very happy that today, inside the hall, we've got representatives from all of these bodies, the accounting professionals, finance professionals, judiciary, academia. Thank you everyone for joining. So let's hope that the next 2 days are a very enriching, knowledgeable sessions for us. So just to quickly tell you what's going to unfold over day 1. In just a bit, we're going to begin with the inaugural session. As people keep pouring in, we will respect time and start the inaugural by 11. And then we have 4 technical sessions today, each of half hour. And our endeavor will be that in every technical session, we squeeze in at least 5 minutes to take some questions from the audience as well. We are joined not just by people who are gathered inside the hall, but post-COVID, hybrid has become the new reality. So this event is being streamed live as well. You can see the cameras in action. So those who are joining us across different platforms, good morning to them as well. So if you have any questions, as you hear the galaxy of speakers, make a note of it so that when we open the Q&A, you can express your questions. So today we'll have the inaugural, that's for an hour. Then we'll have 4 technical sessions, half hour each. And then the evening, you cannot afford to miss 2 very riveting panel discussions. One, where we'll focus on the RVO perspective. And the second panel discussion of the evening will focus from the regulatory perspective. That's about day 1. I'll tell you about the agenda of day 2 as the day progresses. So let's begin with the inaugural. Shall we begin with the inaugural? So we're very happy that today we have with us the gracious presence of the chief guest for the inaugural function. Please put your hands together for Honorable Justice Arjun Kumar Sikri. We're very happy that today we have as guest of honor Shri Jayanti Prasad, whole-time member with the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. Sir, a very good morning. I request distinguished chief guest, guest of honor, to please proceed and light the lamp. As is the Indian tradition, every good auspicious thing begins with lamp lighting. May I also invite for the lamp lighting Rajiv Kherji, CA Hansraj Chukji, the respected Central Council members of ICI, Durgesh sir, Devajyoti sir, please join us. We have with us Dr. M.S. Sahu. Can I request Dr. Sahu to please join in? Preeti ma'am, Rakesh sir, Mr. Rakesh Sehgal, MD of ICI. Nicholas, kindly join us. Sarika ma'am. We have representative from Nepal and Bangladesh. Can I request you to please join in as well?
अभी बुला रही हूँ।
Thank you very much. Thank you. So the lamp has been lit, and we sincerely pray that the light of this lamp brings happiness and glory for everyone. We also acknowledge the presence of Manish Chaudhary ji, the Chief General Manager with IBBI, and everyone in attendance here. So may I now invite the dignitaries on the dais so that we can begin with the inaugural session. I request the Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Justice Arjun Kumar Sikri, to please come up on the stage. Shri Jayanti Prasad ji, Rajiv ji, Dr. Rakesh Sehgal, CA Hansraj Chugh ji, and CA Preeti Parasabla ji. Please come up on the stage. So first and foremost, I'd like to welcome the eminent jurist, the chief guest for the inaugural function, with flowers and also a memento. I request CA Hansraj Chugh sir, respected Central Council member ICI and the chair of the Valuation Standard Board ICI, also the director with the ICI RVO, to please present the flower and this invaluable memento to the honorable chief guest of today, Justice Arjun Kumar Sikri ji, retired judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Justice, we like to tell you that this is an artwork that has been made by hand. This is by the artists of Bastar, Chhattisgarh, and this is an invaluable treasure of incredible India, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presence. I now request Sri Rajiv Kher to please welcome the guest of honor, Sri Jayanti Prasad ji, whole-time member with the IBBI. Jayanti Prasad ji is an IA and AS officer, 1986 batch. As the chairperson of ICI RVO, Rajiv sir welcomes him with the memento. Thank you very much. I now request Dr. Rakesh Sehgal, Managing Director with the ICI RVO, to kindly deliver his welcome address.
Honorable Justice A.K. Sikri ji, Chief Guest for the session today, Shri Jayanti Prasad ji, whole-time member IBBI, Shri Rajiv Kher ji, Chairman ICI RVO, President ICI and Vice President ICI in absentia, they have sent their greetings and video addresses. Chairman Valuation Standard Board and Director on ICI RVO Board, CA Hansraj Chugh ji, and CA Preeti Savla ji, Vice Chairperson of Valuation Standard Board. Well, I extend a very warm greeting and welcome to all of you, and of course the dignitaries and the delegates who are present here. And I must acknowledge the presence of Dr. M.S. Sahu, past Chairperson IBBI, our Central Council member Durgesh Kavra ji from NESL, and other colleagues from the IBBI. And of course, the participants who are present offline and online. Well, it's my profound privilege to welcome you all on this very auspicious occasion. The ICI RVO has completed its 5 years. Well, to set the context, I think the conference is on sustaining public interest through the valuation ecosystem. Now, what all we are talking about? Business creation, business expansion. They are the green side of any economic activity. Any economic activity would involve employment of capital and labor and their optimal utilization. But that being the green side, there is flip side also. We have the Schumpeter concept of creative destruction, innovative destruction or destructive innovation. So that would leave many entities with frail assets, and some assets would be in the nature of an ice cube syndrome. Their depletion value to depletion of the value so fast. Now, these zombie entities, prior to the IBC era, their reorganization or liquidation went through a very rigorous process and took a lot, but things have changed post introduction of the IBC era. So what IBC era has set in? See, in fact, there have been the preamble talks about certain public interest and public welfare standards. So foremost is the maximization of the value of the corporate debtors, promote entrepreneurship, and the corporate reorganization and insolvency resolution. So the Section 247 of the Companies Act, and valuation, IBC put together, they have brought in new set of professionals, new set of professions. So with us, IPs, the insolvency professionals, insolvency professional entities, registered valuer entities, information utilities that never existed before. Now, since they are regulated profession, there are requirements on licensing, there are requirements on qualification procedures, qualification requirements, avoidance to technical standards, code of ethics, being a fit and proper person. So the ecosystem has put all these things in place. Now, what happens? 2018, 16, the code came into place, judicial testing of what all is the role of a registered valuer. It came to be judicially tested before the Delhi High Court, Cushman case. So it says that the idea is not to create a profession as a business, but we want professionals who are skilled, and in terms of skills, abidance to the ethics, so that they are accountable people. That all came into place. Now, professionalism, of course, the ecosystem has laid down what is a fit and proper person, how the valuation is to be done. Now, let me come to the role of ICI RVO. 2018, we came into place. Today, we are I'll not say a dominant player, but taken baby steps to be in a bigger league. There are 5,200 registered valuers. More than 1030 are with us, and we are dealing in only one asset class, that is SFA. We are taking steps to go for registration in the other two asset classes also, and the process is on with the IBBI. So I think as gatekeepers to the profession, because the entire fulcrum of implementation of the IBC code is going to lie, and the valuers, the valuation profession is going to be the bedrock to sustain the economic momentum. So the IBC code talks about determination of certain values, fair market value or the liquidation value. So whatever is the process, whether it is the CIRP, and look at the interest involved. There are about 6,500 CIRP cases, avoidance transaction cases about 1,000 plus, FISP, pre-pack resolutions. So all that is there, and the valuation profession, everywhere the concept of valuation is there, and we have to play a very crucial role. I think the importance of the valuation profession is there, because when we talk about the sustainability of the organization, we are not merely looking at numbers or adding the numbers. While, yes, it gives us pride that we are the second largest in the FFA class, but that apart, we aim to ensure that do requisite capacity building, infrastructure building of the RVU and infrastructure building, capacity building of the valuer profession takes place, so that they are fit and proper. I think with these words, I will end here, and thank you so much. I hope that the next 2 days will have a very excellent session and exchange of ideas. And I forgot to welcome Amit ji, who despite being in employment, is taking all the pains, and 2 days he'll be with us. He works with Doordarshan. Thank you so much, Amit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rakesh ji, for your kind words, and congratulations for completing 5 years and the journey that ICI RVO has had ever since it came into existence on 15th of May, 2018. And now I'd like to invite CA Hansraj Chugh sir, Central Council member with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, chair of the Valuation Standards Board with the ICI, himself an insolvency professional, and also director with the ICI RVO.
Thank you, Amit ji. You see, like the program of these kind happens on a special day. And today we all are fortunate enough. A person from the background and a background of that nature, the apex, the institution in the judiciary system, and who really have served to this nation in most honored and most judicious manner. He is with us today as a chief guest. Justice Sikri sir, I know when I first met him, my memories goes in one of the program, which was a book launching ceremony of one of our tax expert, which has really been bringing out so many good things for our profession. In that program, we met him personally when our honorable past finance minister was also there, but unfortunately, we lost him as a good friend, philosopher, and the guide to this profession of the chartered accountancy, and more particularly the professional coming together, whether it is the chartered accountancy or the legal profession or the other professional. That was my first meeting with him, and today we are meeting with a day of the joy, day to celebrate with. That is Arjun Kumar Sikri ji is with us. We welcome you, sir. The another gentleman who has traveled a journey from a professional background as a deputy CAG, who is the guest of honor with us today. And you see, like once we find ki connect with the profession, so then definitely it gives us a strength ki how strong we are going to become with, whether it is a profession of the chartered accountancy or ecosystem, whatsoever we want to develop for the valuation side or the insolvency profession around us. So if people are there to guide us, so we have a very good strength around us. The Jayanti Prasad ji, we welcome you he is the whole-time director with the IBBI. Welcome you, sir. Leaders from the profession, though, who could not make themselves present here because he has engagement overseas in African countries, and they are there with the president of their country, South African countries there. They'll be guiding us through the virtual mode or through the video recorded message. CA Aniket Sunil Talati ji, the president of the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India. CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal ji, the Vice President of the ICI, the Honorable Chairman of the ICI RVO, Sri Rajiv Kher sir, welcome you, sir, though it is your own program, but being from the ICI also, I have a two front to lead with. This is a joint program of the ICI as well as the RVO, so we welcome you from the ICI front also. Dr. Rakesh Sehgal ji, Managing Director, Sarika, who takes care of as a CEO, and her entire team. Preeti Savla, my co-chairperson with the Valuation Standard Board and the council colleague in the ICI. My other friend as a council colleague, Durgesh Kabra ji. Friends from the IBBI, the past chairman, Sahu sir. Our international friends, those who have traveled here and having the speaking slot also. Many friends from the other countries, Nepal, Bhutan. Many friends, those who are the chartered accountants or those who are from the different background. I welcome you all to this great program, a program which has been on the auspicious occasion, which we are celebrating the 5th year of existence of our RVO. You see, like the journey which started long back, we talk about the 1992, when the thought changes, the economic policy or the commercial laws or the background of the India starts moving to giving a different direction, like we are a global part of the globe. So with those kind of direction, transformation always becomes on the front line, because without transformation things cannot be moved on. Rightly said by Amit ji in his initial remarks also. So it's a continuous process. It's a journey. It's not a destination. And journey will never end. It will never end by any human dies or the human exist or do not exist with. Same way the corporate exist or do not corporate exist with. You see, like there are two parameters to understand with. which are under the regulatory system, we as a professional has to deliver as per the law, as per the standard, as per the different cultures or different things, best practices developed, whether in India or across. There are the other parameters which are commercially or the economic system, are the requirements whatsoever the business community need from us. So in that case, we have an open mind. How it should be looked like. So with those fronts, we have to understand as a professionals, and coming together to celebrate this journey is not limiting to the celebration only, but the way forward with these 2 days spending here will be looking like celebration is one part, whatsoever the time we have spent in the 5 years, but how we have to be in the time to come, that is the commitment, and that the achievement how to look like. A person born with an objective and purpose, same way this RVO born with some objective and purpose to bring out such a good system, such an good ecosystem, so that we are being as a professional deliver the best, because many parameters, many expectation goes from many corners. And naturally, if we talk about the significance milestone achieved so far, 1037 registered valuer, 4101 primary membership of this institution, and growing importance of the valuation profession, not limiting to a particular era, but it's a growth. Growth is happening from the perspective of the regulatory system also, because regulation also, IBBI also take it like a pious profession, and this has to be given more and more responsibility. And naturally, today's program, sustaining public interest through valuation ecosystem, is a way forward for each one of us to learn more and more, give the best to the ecosystem, bring best in the economy, best in the commercial and the economic world, so that we are being recognized. But because there are the challenges exist, nothing will come to you without any challenges. If challenges are being challenged in the manner whatsoever is been expected with, so you are a true professional. Professional coming from the mind, like if you talk about how to develop oneself, the knowledge is the superpower. We all understand without intellectual power we cannot sustain with, but not limiting to the knowledge, how to effectively use that particular knowledge with best of the application of the mind. So that ultimately realize the game for the profession. And I personally believe so. We are moving towards the best of the economy. In the time to come, we'll be reaching to the 4th number, and then 3rd, and then 2nd, and maybe God knows when we will be at the top position, because like we talk about our population has reached to the number 1, same way we expect our economy will also be traveling that kind of journey. But with that system, our ecosystem should be so strong, so that we ultimately realize the game of the achieving by 2047, achieving the best of the numbers, and maybe very shortly we'll be achieving the $5 trillion economy, and our profession of the valuation should be recognized a great contributor, whether into the regulatory system or the open market system. So with this, I welcome you all once again to this 2-day learning, and naturally with the celebration part as far as the 5th year traveling of this RVO also. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CA Hansraj Chugh. We all look forward with great excitement the 2 days of learning and celebration. May I now invite for his address Shri Rajiv Kher, former IAS officer who retired as Secretary Government to India and now is the Chair and Independent Director with ICI RVO. Rajiv, sir. Thank
you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished Chief Guest, Justice A.K. Sikri, Mr. Jayanti Prasad, Mr. Hansraj Chugh, Ms. Preeti Savla, Mr. Sehgal, I recognize Mr. M.S. Sahu sitting in front, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a pleasure for me to welcome you to this Foundation program for the ICAI RVO. Uh, the program attains an importance and significance because I can recognize that there is not adequate discussion on the valuation profession or the valuation ecosystem as such in the overall policy context, though the significance is recognized, and therefore this is a great opportunity for all of us to engage in conversation which is so very important in an economy which is so importantly, which is so prominently growing, and where valuation can form the fundamental core of a lot of economic transactions that take place in a growing economy, particularly which is globally oriented. The ICA RVO is, as Mr. Sehgal has already mentioned, is a leading RVO registered valuers organization. We recognize the great work that the parent institution ICAI has done in not merely establishing the institution, but also in constantly nurturing this institution. For these 5 years, the institution has been very significantly supported and helped by the ICAI, and of course is grateful to the kind of guidance and recognition that the principal regulator IBBI has been constantly showering upon us. So ICAI RVO was conceptualized at a time when the valuation profession had not been formally ingrained into the Indian architecture of economic ecosystem. And 2016, when the IBBI was constituted, and following the rules made under the Companies Act, ICAI RVO was established. It has moved in a very significant manner. As you would recall, 49% of the registered valuers under the one class security and financial asset which the RVO is responsible for. It is indeed a matter of pleasure to recognize that the RVO has, the governing board has already resolved to expand the function of RVO into the 2 other remaining asset classes, the land and buildings and plant and machinery. That is a tribute to 2 facts. One, the confidence of the institution in itself, its constituents, many of you are here, and the kind of growing faith that the valuation profession is walking towards. And the second importance, that the valuation profession can very significantly contribute in an economy which is growing at a rapid rate, and which is ordained to get into the global economic space in a much more significant manner following the recent developments globally. In this perspective, I think ICAI RVO in these 5 years has done a significant amount of work. Some of it Mr. Sehgal has already mentioned, but to just draw upon the statistics, we have registered about 1,040 registered valuers with a primary membership of 3,500 and more. There are significant numbers of skill development activities that the RVO has engaged in, particularly in the area of training for obtaining certificates of practice, as well as the continuing education programs. The board has particularly paid attention to this fact of growing the importance, the capacities of the organization in the area of imparting continuing education, and principally to build up an architecture which will be important both in terms of monitoring the profession as well as developing code of conduct, and lastly looking at the disciplinary dimensions of the profession. It is a new profession, and therefore the prominent dimension of the work that the RVO is expected to do is to build a framework of our standards of the profession, of the various activities that a professional would be expected to do. And under the guidance of the IBBI, the RVO has engaged itself in developing these standards, promoting them, and monitoring and following with them. So this is a broad area which the RVO has engaged in. In the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, you would be engaging with a large number of experts, practitioners, and people coming from different walks of stakeholders ecosystem. And therefore, this will be a good opportunity for all of us to interact and take this process forward. Process of valuation, process of developing disciplines, recognizing the value that the society pins on the profession of valuers. And therefore, I think it's not merely to be taken, as Mr. Chuk said, not merely to be taken as a celebration, a means of celebrating 5 years, but I think it is very important that this should become a starting line for a long term in order to comply and to follow significant path of good values and good conduct and good profession. So with that, I take this opportunity to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our esteemed members and stakeholders for their trust and unwavering support. Their confidence in our organization has propelled us to this position of prominence. I also express my gratitude to the IBBI for having constantly guided us and given us a direction, and the ICAI for having parented us so well. Once again, I welcome you all to this gathering and hope that these 2 days will give us a significant amount of value add. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajiv Kher, for outlining the activities of the ICI RVO over the last 5 years. And this particular conference has been organized by the ICI RVO jointly with ICI and IBBI. So let's listen into the ICI leadership now. As Hansraj Chuk sir said, that both the President and Vice President ICI are overseas. They are attending the African Congress of Accountants in Ivory Coast, but they've shared a video address. Let's first play the address by the Honorable Vice President ICI, CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, please.
In the global financial landscape, valuations play a crucial role in promoting economic growth. They are significant in a variety of financial areas, including asset sales, financial reporting, merger and acquisitions, financing, insurance, taxation, mortgage lending, and capital adequacy assessments. India, being one of the fastest growing economies in the world, has a strong region for working towards high quality standards for valuation, both domestically and globally. Valuer must also be more culturally aware and have a deeper understanding of various cultures, customs, and market practices due to the global nature of our businesses. The need for regularization of the profession of valuation was felt as an aftermath of the IBC 2016, wherein stress company to the tune of thousands of crores required credible valuation. Therefore, Government of India, Ministry of Corporate Affairs introduced the concept of registered valuers through Section 247 of the Companies Act for all valuations under the Act and the IBC Code. The Valuation Rules 2017 further provided the institutional framework for the profession by recognizing Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India IBBI as the authority and giving rise to the birth of RVO, register valuer organization as the frontline regulator of register valuers. ICI RVO was formed as a Section 8 company by ICI, a statutory body under the Act of the Parliament, which is recognized by IBI with a vision to promote best practices in valuation and to strengthen the valuation ecosystem for public interest. The role of ICI RVO is to further the profession of registered valuer by enrolling valuers, conducting training and educational courses. They are also monitoring the functioning, including quality of services, enforce code of conduct and conduct disciplinary proceedings against erring valuer members. ICI RVO has emerged as a leading registered valuers organization in the securities or financial asset class with 1046 registered members, out of which 1000 members are chartered accountants. As per the IBBI newsletter for the quarter ending 31st December 2022 also, the total liquidation value is 1,43,000 crores. In the same newsletter, it is said the fair value accepted in the CIRP resolution plan is 2,25,000 crores. On the completion of its 5-year journey towards public interest, ICI RVO has decided to commemorate its 5th Foundation Day during the 14th and 15th May 2023 at New Delhi, and which has been jointly organizing with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India under the leadership of our President Sri Aniket Talati. I would like to welcome esteemed representatives from International Valuation Standard Council UK, Nepal, Bangladesh, Indonesia and various other parts of the world and other dignitaries and experts. I am confident the event shall bring together various stakeholders, namely the policy makers, regulators, judiciary, industry, subject experts, along with valuation, accounting and finance professionals. I wish all the delegates a enriching and knowledge enriching experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, respected Vice President ICI, for your illuminating words. And now let's listen in to the video address by the Honorable President, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, CA Aniket Sunil Talati.
At the outset, I extend my warm greetings and heartiest congratulations to all the dignitaries, board members of ICAI RVO and all the delegates attending the event on this momentous occasion of the ICAI Registered Valuers Organization or ICAI RVO for completion of its 5 years of journey. Friends, as you are all aware, the Chartered Accountants Act 1949 entrusts the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India the responsibility of regulating the profession of chartered accountancy. Today, this profession is benchmarking its altar to higher pedestals. The domain of Indian chartered accountants has surpassed beyond accounting and auditing, and the profession today is striving to excel in the entire governance mechanism by concentrating on its core competences in financial re-engineering and also through emerging imperatives of new digital and changing world trade order. While the Institute had strong traditions of service to the public and has identified the need for development, harmonization and regulation of valuation market in this country and constituted the Valuation Standards Board, which functions under the aegis of the Council, the Valuation Standards Board is assigned with the task of developing the profession of valuation. by formulating standards in India and educating our members. ICAI has achieved global recognition for its highest technical standards maintained by the profession of accounting, and the arena of valuation is considered as an important area to work upon and fill the vacuum caused in the absence of Indian valuation standards. ICAI has also been conducting certificate course on valuation since 2008, and it has trained around 3,000 members to help in bringing expertise in this field. Friends, let me inform this distinguished gathering that ICAI RVO, a Section 8 company under the Companies Act, has been promoted by the ICAI. ICAI RVO, incorporated as a frontline regulator, is registered with the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India IBBI under the asset class securities or financial assets SFA, with a vision to promote best practices in the field of valuation. It has truly been a remarkable beginning by ICAI RVO. While it has been formed in May 2018, today it stands tall with over 1,000 registered valuers and 5,000 primary members, and thereby emerging as a leading registered valuers organization in the SFA class. The role of ICAI RVO is to expand the profession of registered valuers by enrolling valuers, conducting training and educational courses, monitoring the functioning, including quality of service, enforcing the code of conduct, and wherever required, conduct disciplinary proceedings. Colleagues, the ICAI RVO is mandated to develop the profession of registered valuers by employing fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory practices for the enrollment and regulation of members, as also to ensure compliance with the Companies Act 2013, rules and regulations and guidelines issued regarding conduct of registered valuers. While it continuously endeavors to improve upon its regulations and guidelines for ensuring high standards of professional and ethical conduct of its members, it also works to promote the continuous professional development of its members. Today, to mark the occasion of completion of 5 years of the journey of ICAI RVO, we all have gathered here at this Foundation Day conference organized on the theme Sustaining Public Interest through Valuation Ecosystem, organized jointly with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. While I would have wished to be addressing this event in person, I am unable to do so due to my commitment at the African World Congress of Accountants. Indian economy being in transition phase and poised for a bigger leap, the role of the accounting profession in providing resilience and sustaining the increased momentum of economic activity through good governance and competitiveness based on learning experiences in accounting, auditing, and financial management becomes extremely crucial. Quality of information and integrity of marketplace act as a strong medium for brand differentiation, more particularly for developing countries which compete with each other for mobilization of financial resources, not just domestically, but also internationally. The instability of the global financial market poses a challenge which has never been seen earlier. It is during such times that the profession must put its best foot forward in strengthening the public confidence in the process of financial reporting. While India, to a large extent, remains insulated from such turmoil, the situation calls for not only being cognizant, but also taking adequate steps to preserve the integrity of the financial ecosystem. It needs no overemphasizing or exaggeration to acknowledge that complexities of financial markets have strengthened the need for augmenting and strengthening valuation ecosystem to serve the public interest globally. The role of the profession in evolving and lending credibility to financial system will always remain critical in providing high quality financial information, facilitating market discipline, and fostering confidence of various stakeholders in the financial markets. In India, the company's registered valuers and valuation rules 2017, whose statutory ambit was limited to the valuations required under the IBC Code of 2016 and the Companies Act 2013. The increased governmental thrust to utilize the service of registered valuers to areas beyond statutory ambit is a welcome step which would give increased benefit of comfort to stakeholders at large, as the valuation service are mandated in many other enactments. I am sure that the registered valuers shall lend increased credibility to such valuations going forward. On this occasion, I am also happy to share that the governing board of ICAI RVO has decided to make an application for registration in two other asset classes, namely plant and machinery and land and building, in addition to the existing registration in SFA class. Once this application for registration in the other two asset classes is approved, ICAI RVO shall enhance its operational and regulatory profile to serve the valuations ecosystem on a comprehensive basis. There is a need for the valuation ecosystem to be extra vigilant while performing their duties and be forthcoming with their preemptive advices and actions in the best interest of all stakeholders and the economy. As the backbone of the financial system, the society today expects from all of us much more than ever before. It's also a matter of great pleasure to inform you that ICI is entering its 75th year, and come 1st of July 2023, we will celebrate our 75th Foundation Day. It is really a matter of pride that our esteemed institution has come through these many years serving the profession and the country. I am looking forward for your wholehearted association and contribution in all the activities for the 75th year celebrations. I am sure that given the excellent track record and inbuilt checks and balances, the valuers will be able to discharge the roles which the policy parlance has entrusted. Once again, my best wishes for the successful conduct of the Foundation Day Conference of ICAI RVO. Thank you, and my best wishes to all of you. Happy learning.
Thank you very much, CA Aniket Sunil Talati, Honorable President ICI, for your address and extending best wishes to the conference. May I now invite the guest of honor for the inaugural session, Jayanti Prasad ji, whole-time member with the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, to share his address, please.
Honorable Justice Sikri sir, respected Shri Rajiv Kher, Chairperson of ICI RVO, Dr. Rakesh Sehgal, MD ICI RVO, CA Ranjit Kumar, Vice President ICI, and CA Aniket Talati, President ICI, who addressed us virtually. I have had some association with ICI also earlier on as Deputy CAG Commercial in charge, and later on after retirement I was on the disciplinary committee of the ICI North Bench, so I was sharing the bench with the President of ICI. CA Hansraj Chugh, Director ICI RVO, CA Preeti, Vice Chairperson Valuation Standards Board of ICI, Registered Valuers, former Chairperson IBBI, Mr. Sahu, all other stakeholders of IBC ecosystem, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Indeed, it is an honor and privilege for me to address this gathering of thorough professionals. Much has been said already by the speakers who were there earlier to me. Valuations hold a pivotal position in country's financial landscape, acting as a key driver for economic prosperity. Their importance spans multiple financial domains, including financial reporting, mergers and acquisitions, financing, insurance, taxation, mortgage lending, asset sales, and the assessment of financial institutions' capital adequacy. I think CA Ranjit ji also mentioned this. The valuation profession has had a long history in India, probably about a century old, where valuation was initially required for acquisition of properties. With time, the services of valuers have extended to be utilized across various financial sectors and under different acts like Wealth Tax, SEBI, IBC, Companies Act, etc. In the past, there have been various attempts to organize the profession of valuers through formation of private associations. However, that could not focus majorly on skill development of the professionals. In 2008, as it has been mentioned by some of my predecessors, the government had drafted Draft Valuation Professional Bill, which provided constitution of Council of Valuation Professionals for regulation and development of the profession. However, finally it did not materialize. The Companies Act 2013 did mention the term registered valuers, but the authority for the development and regulation of this profession was pending till the government entrusted this work to the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India through the Companies Registered Valuers and Valuation Rules 2017. So IBBI exercises a delegated power actually. So IBBI has been discharging this duty for profession of valuers. Earlier, the valuation profession had existed in disjointed form. It had no single nucleus and no boundaries. There were valuers for different purposes. So this Valuation Rules 2017 did come as a paradigm shift in the valuation profession. It provided a unified regulatory architecture for regulation and development of valuation profession undertaken under the Companies Act and the IBC. Essentially, it was meant for those two acts only. It comprises three key elements, namely standards for valuation, development of profession, and regulation of the profession of valuers, which is necessary to instill confidence of the stakeholders in the profession. IBBI as an authority under these rules provided this nucleus to the profession, and to mark boundaries, we started something which I believe not many professionals would have liked. That was the requirement to appear for an examination, valuation examination, which was conducted by IBBI. I understand that asking a professional to appear for an examination for the task that it may have been discharging before is never a welcome, but I must compliment that as a group, all the valuers took it in a positive spirit, and more than 13,500 professionals have appeared for the examination, and about 6,000 professionals have qualified also. Of these, more than 5,100 professionals are registered as registered valuers with the IBBI. Some interesting facts to note are that out of 5279 registrations, a total of 5190 individuals have active registrations with the board. Out of these, only 3 are registered for all asset classes. 83 are registered for the 2 asset classes, and balance around 5,000 are registered for 1 asset class only. Out of these professionals, 26% come from the metro locations and 74% from the non-metro locations. Of the total registrations of the registered valuers we have, only 10% are female registered valuers. So perhaps there is a scope for increase there. The board has about 2,649 registrations in the asset class land and building, 2,099 under securities or financial assets, and only 531 registrations under the plant and machinery class. A total of 84 RVEs are registered as registered valuers, Of these, 35 are registered for all the three asset classes, 14 for the two asset classes, and 35 are registered only for one asset class. And we have, as an average, the age of the registered valuer is 48 years only, so we have young professionals with us. ICI RVO, as has been mentioned, is recognized as an RVO in the asset class of securities or financial assets. As has been told by everybody, they have applied for the other two asset classes, and we welcome that. And I'm told the application is with the IBBI, so we'll examine and take it from there. All these things have resulted in the idea of a separate statute also for the profession, and which has found traction among policymakers. And there is an active discussion, public consultation. We have a discussion paper released on IBBI website by the MCA to draw out the contours of this regulatory framework. It should be noted that to further the good experience of this regulatory regime, the government had earlier on constituted a committee of experts. In 2019, I think Dr. Sahu was the chairperson of that committee, and they had given a recommendation to the government, but it is still under the consideration of government. So it is appropriate to note that market economy, as has been mentioned also by many other speakers, relies heavily on the value of underlying assets while formulating and finalizing various critical economic policies and decisions. It is to be kept in mind that there may be, or there is bound to be, difference in the valuation opinion amongst valuers, as the process of valuation of an asset is an assessment of the worth of the asset in a simulated market environment. That's only an estimate actually. However, a large degree of such variations can create doubt in the market and hampers the capacity of market participants to take sound economic decision. There will always be factors, management capability, present and prospective competition, yield on comparable securities, market sentiment, etc., which may not be very apparent from the balance sheet and which can have a significant impact on the value. The variation in valuation, however, can be controlled by creating a cadre of competent and diligent professionals, and also through attaining uniformity in approach, methodology during the conduct of valuation, which can be achieved by developing valuation standards and guidelines. Rule 8 of the rules of 2017 mandate that the RVs should follow the internationally accepted valuation standards till the time standards are notified by the central government. The RVOs are also free to form their own standards actually, and ICI RVO has already in place standards for the asset class of securities or financial assets. The board of late has been in active association with the RVOs and other professionals, considering to develop suitable general and asset specific guidelines for the valuation of assets under the IBC. The existence of credible valuation profession is essential to maintain the health of an economy by transparent and credible determination of the value of assets of a corporate debtor. When we talk of the IBC, under the IBC, the services of RVs have been one of the pillars of strength, where a key objective of the IBC was to maximize the value of assets of the corporate debtor. To assess the decision makers, the law has made provision for transparent and credible determination of the value of assets. These values serve as a reference for evaluation of choices, including rescuing a failing but viable firm and liquidating a failing and unviable one, and selection of choice that decides the fate of the corporate debtor. So valuation is therefore very important. It is heartening to see the visible benefits of the services of registered valuers is being acknowledged. I think CA Aniket ji also mentioned by other sectors of the economy also. The financial institutions are also accepting services of the registered valuers exclusively. These services, of course, depend on the credibility of the valuation professional who stand on two pillars, namely talent, including competence and character, including ethics and integrity. You have proved your talent and competence by passing a tough examination as well as by your practice. However, talent is not a substitute of character, and character is a choice actually. The expectations of all stakeholders and the society from professionals like you is ethical behavior and practice of profession with utmost integrity. For the registered valuers, we had adopted the concept of regulated self-regulation on the lines that we regulate the insolvency professionals. So we have the registered valuer organizations, the RVOs, as a frontline regulator, and above that we have IBBI, which regulates both RVOs as well as the RVs. Further, I would like to mention that upgradation of skills and usage of technology by valuation professional goes hand in hand, as the future of valuation profession lies in technology also. Technology is making significant difference in financial lending, such as automation of loan contracts, digitalization of records of ownership of property, and assistance in valuations. I think more on this MD NESL would be speaking. India has a track record of establishing digital platforms and executing digital transactions through these platforms. Similarly, the impact of emerging technology like artificial intelligence, big data, geotagging of the assets, and other advances is inevitable on the profession of valuation as well. Many valuers, I am told, have already started using extensive use of the technology such as drones and automated valuation models to assist them in valuation. While use of technology aids the valuer and removes the human bias and errors, the quality control and integrity of valuation, including confidentiality of the information, must remain the exclusive and sole responsibility of the registered valuer, under the oversight of the RVOs as well as the IBBI. I entrust my faith in the competence, talent, integrity, and ethical mindset of all professionals like you, the registered valuers, and encourage them to delve deeper in the new areas of valuation. I also congratulate ICI RVO for their efforts in continuous regulation and development of the professionals. With these words, I would like to thank ICI RVO for inviting us and wishing them all fruitful deliberations during the two-day conference. Namaskar, Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Sri Jayanti Prasad, whole-time member with the IBBI, for your address, sharing important statistics regarding the valuers registered with IBBI, and also focusing on how important technology is for valuation. Very interesting to note that drone is already being used for valuation. Thank you, sir. And before we invite the chief guest for his address, I'd like to request the chief guest and the guest of honor and the dignitaries on the dais to release the souvenir on this occasion. So ICI RVO has come up with a souvenir that has got very enlightening articles for your reading pleasure. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly release the souvenir. If you could just unwrap this. So the ICI RVO souvenir on the occasion of 5th anniversary stands released. Thank you very much. And I'm sure each one of the delegates would like to lay their hands on the copy. So this is how you can do it. You find this copy of brochure, which is laying outside as well in hard copy. And you also may be having the soft copy. So if you look at the last page, there is a QR code. If you scan this QR code, again use of technology, sir, you'll have access to the ICI RVO link, site link, from where you can download the e-copy of the souvenir and read all the enlightening articles there. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for doing the honors. May I now invite Honorable Justice Arjun Kumar Sikri ji, eminent jurist, retired judge with the Supreme Court of India, for his theme address.
Thank you very much. And now I can say good afternoon to all of you because we are past 12. Mr. Jayanti Prasad, whole-time member IBBI, Mr. Rajiv Kher, Mr. Chug, Dr. Sehgal, Ms. Paras Savla, the two persons who spoke with their video recordings, Mr. Aniket Sunil Talat, President ICI, and Mr. Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, Vice President ICI, and a very distinguished person, among others, I would say, sitting off the dais, that is Dr. Sahu, who can take pride in what is happening today, if I may say so. It gives me an immense pleasure to be here amongst you and interacting with you. In fact, let me start with a confession that I did not even know about the existence of RVO before I received email from Sarika Singhal inviting me for this conference. I knew that they are valuers, naturally after the IBC regime and provisions of Companies Act also. And I knew that as far as chartered accountants are concerned, they play a significant role in valuation. But I did not know that this RVO is also formed. And after I was invited, and let me tell you very frankly, I am a keen learner. So my main reason for accepting the invitation was that I'll be able to learn something about it. And I requested Sarika to send me a concept paper, and after reading that, I came to know the yeoman task which this ICAI RVO has been doing. And I came to know that you are now celebrating 5 years of your existence. So congratulations to you on this occasion. Speakers before me, 5 or 6 of them, have, I think, touched almost every aspect which could be said in the inaugural session. So after, when my immediate previous speaker, Mr. Jayanti, was speaking and saying, I thought that something had left, but then when I found that he has also covered that as well. So I was just thinking and toying with this, that what should I say on this occasion. You are all registered valuer. You are all competent professionals. So telling them such a gathering, or telling you that this is what the valuation is all about and what you have to do and what you should not do, and this is the regulatory mechanism, etc., and that too as a repeat, because it has already been said, may not be proper. So I thought that let me inspire you for the work which you have been doing, and so that you are in a position, and I feel that, or I hope at least, that you will be doing this job with more alacrity, with more competence, with better skills. I saw the theme of this conference, which is sustaining public interest through valuation ecosystem. And I think this theme, which is very wisely chosen, captures the essence and captures the soul of the profession which you have been doing. That with your valuation ecosystem and by discharging your dysfunction of valuation of the assets, particular assets of a company or of the company itself, you are sustaining public interest, which is really very, very important and very encouraging. And I think that would reflect, or that should reflect, the importance of the work, as I think Mr. Chugh had mentioned in his address about the judgment of Delhi High Court, that it should not be merely treated as a vocation for earning, that when you are given the job of valuation and you are therefore, while discharging this duty, naturally you are given your remuneration, but it should be treated as a noble profession as you are discharging public service or public duty. And I echo that sentiment of Delhi High Court and impress upon you that take it to that level. Don't think that it is simply a job which you are asked to do as a task for which you are given your fee or remuneration and you simply give the report. Why I say so? Because insofar as valuation is concerned, in today's global market, its need and its importance cannot be undermined. It is huge. In fact, valuation is the analytical process of determining the current and projected worth of an asset or a company, as you very well know. And therefore, valuation process, the profession, is vital institution in the market economies. It directly or indirectly affects everyone. Valuation services are required in almost all parts of our global financial system. Valuation of particular assets or of a company may be needed for several reasons and purposes, and as many speakers have already highlighted, and that would be the first reason for the need of valuation, that it is needed for several market-based transactions such as mergers, acquisitions, takeover, liquidation, issue of securities, etc. Another important facet which we know, and I'll come to that shortly, about IBC, which has rather become the backbone or the central nerve of this valuation system. But before that, let me tell you another aspect which many of you would be doing this job, but may not have, fathom or may not have even realized that importance in that sphere. And that I am saying so from my experience after my retirement as Supreme Court judge, the job which I am doing as an arbitrator. In arbitration cases, let me tell you, 50 or 60% cases of arbitration which I have done, and that is my experience, there is a need for a valuer. At least once a week, in one or the other arbitration, one or the other chartered accountant is appearing as a witness before us who had given his report on the valuation on some of the aspects, and naturally he is now testifying about that report. So there are, as I envisage or which I have been able to decipher, three kinds of at least cases where such reports become important in arbitration matters. Of course, they are related to either the first, which I have said, any of the aspects of merger, acquisitions, etc., because such disputes do come in spite of that before, these commercial disputes do arise and they come for arbitration. Or it may be IBC related matter, which, as I said, I will come to that a little later. Now, first thing, as I've seen, or you would be knowing, that many agreements which are entered into, which we call shareholders agreement or share subscription agreements. Now, under these agreements, investor agrees to, he may be, or that company may be an Indian investor or a foreign investor, many times foreign investors, many times, such cases have come before us. They invest, and the promoters and the investor enter into these agreements. And most of the agreements, because this investment is in the form of share subscription agreement, that yes, shares are allotted to the investor, but the primary purpose is to invest money into that company, to give that financial help to that company. And therefore, there's always an exit clause in such agreements. And the methodology is mentioned at the time when the put option is given for exit by the investor. Various kinds of disputes arise at that stage, particularly if the promoter at that stage or the company is not able to, or promoter is not able to buy back the shares, and what should be the value of those shares, depending upon the agreement which was signed and the kind of I would say formula which was agreed upon for this. But primarily it relates to fair market value of the shares. And at that stage, obviously, when this dispute arises that how much promoter should pay, where he wants to pay X amount, and the investor is asking X plus. So such disputes have come before us. And valuation becomes important, as I said. And second aspects or second types of cases which I have seen, and that too, again, when the investor, as I said, is a foreign investor, and then naturally when that money comes, it has to be regulated under FEMA, Foreign Exchange and Management Act, and it has to come via or through the route of RBI. RBI is the regulator, so there are on investment in various sectors, etc., regulations are there on foreign investment or what we call FDI. There may be prior permissions required. There may not be any permission required in certain cases, but only information to the RBI is there. But in most of these, even when the FEMA requirements are to be satisfied with, RBI valuation is needed at that stage. And it's not I'm saying only from the regulator point of view, again as from my experience as an arbitrator. I cannot mention that one case is going on and it is at the stage of final arguments before me, and for last 3 days it is being argued as to now the contention which is taken is by the promoter that the entire transaction, although investment was done, foreign investment which came, that it did not satisfy the FEMA requirement or the RBI which was necessary, therefore the entire contract was void. And in the process, very interestingly, and what is fair market value, etc., is also talked about, and what should be the return under the act on under the regulations on in view of these FEMA regulations on such investments. And the question of fair market value again has come, because the promoter is saying, I've already paid him much more than what was what the investor was entitled to, where the investor is saying at least several 100 crores still are the dues. So that both the sides have produced, and the valuation and the experts who are on both sides chartered accountants. And that raises another very interesting situation where, and to which I'll again come to, and how skillful your role and integrity, etc., is necessary in performing that role. Because in most of these cases, we find there are experts on both sides who are taking divergent views. They have given their valuation reports. I'm on valuation. But then as an arbitrator, which to accept, which not to accept, how far one is correct, how far other is correct. So these are the tests, that is why I said that this aspect, which I'll tell you as my experience as an arbitrator, maybe you are doing this job, you have been appearing, you must be preparing these reports, but only in subconscious mind. You may not be aware of the importance of this job. And the third thing is, I have seen where the valuers are required, most of the construction contracts, what happens is that 80 or 90% times construction projects are not completed within the scheduled time or the time which was originally stipulated. If it is said that this project should be constructed and commissioned in 32 months, it may take 3 years, 4 years, and sometimes even more than that. There are, under these contracts, obligations on both the parties, employer as well as contractor. And why delays took place, contractor blames the employer and employer blames the contractor. So delay analysis, which is a totally different part, is done, and experts come before us. But more importantly, in such situations, the blaming contractor for delay, employer will impose liquidated damages as per the contract, and the contractor blaming the employer will raise many types of claims. These claims of delay, they will say that, look, we had to stay on the job which I could have completed in 32 months. I was made to stay on this project for 4 years, and therefore overstay compensation, which may be in the form of escalated cost, which may be in the form of loss of profits, which may be in the form of overhead expenses on various aspects. And for all this, then again your role comes in your report, how you quantify that. And such reports, expert reports from the chartered accountants, are submitted before us. So therefore, well, as a valuer, I just wanted to tell you, it is not only under the Companies Act when we talk of mergers, acquisitions, etc., or under IBC, but many other aspects where these valuation assume a very, very important role, and your role comes into the picture. Coming to IBC, which I would say has in fact has been a shot in the arm insofar as your profession is concerned, of the valuation by the chartered accountant, because there cannot be any resolution plan, CIRP, which can be presented without a valuation. Let me be very frank. Up to now, and me and Dr. Sahu, last year, ever since the last few years, ever since IBC came into existence, we have shared our views on various platforms on the functioning of IBC. And I have always been thinking that there are three important wings, or three important organizations or institutions which have to play an important role, or role for the success of IBC. Number one is apart from the statutory scheme which is already there under, now we are talking about the implementation thereof, a successful implementation of IBC, is number one is the judiciary, which includes NCLT, NCLAT, and the Supreme Court. Number two, more important, I would say, is the regulator, that is the IBBI. And number three I always thought, and which is so, is the resolution professional. But now I feel, and I said after I was sent this paper, and although we knew that you people are playing an important role in valuation when the CIRP is to be submitted, but how important, and that is a lesson which I have learned, as I said, that when you come on for such conferences, you are also learning. So it was, I was enlightened to see, and was really pleased to see that no, the valuers also play equally important role than as other three wings or other three institutions for the success of IBC. Because I think there cannot be any resolution plan unless there is a proper valuation, and without resolution plan in IBC we cannot even proceed. So in this whole process, need and importance of valuation, it really becomes so much important. And insofar as, let me tell you, I had prepared, and which runs into almost 14 pages. I'm not going to assert that most of it is covered, and therefore I wanted to say something which is not said. But to sum up, the need is accurate and transparent valuation, that is crucial. Valuation standards which aim to promote consistency and transparency in valuation practices. Absence of, what we need is in this process that the regulation, the regulatory mechanism, insofar as the profession of valuers is concerned, and the systematic management and oversight, which is crucial to ensure their continued usefulness and relevance. And I think this is all, and most of this can be found in various provisions under the Companies Act and the regulations which are framed by IBBI. And I really here, that is why I said, and I admire Dr. Sahu, who was instrumental, and I think he can be under his chairmanship, and it can be said that he was the author of these regulations which have come into existence. So all these calls for the qualities or need for good qualities of a valuer. And it is again already said, I have stated in detail, I would not go into that. And another more important thing which my predecessor, my earlier speakers have also spoken about is the regulatory oversight, which is, not only it started from 2005 or when J.J. Irani committee gave the recommendation, and then 2008 in the companies bill, and then ultimately making a provision in the form of section 247 under the Companies Act, and now this IBBI, which is also there. And as we know, the scope of valuer under IBBI is now immense. So with this, I only say that, and I have heard that now, which your president of ICI was saying, and Mr. Chug also, I think, mentioned about that, on 2 more sectors you are going to have your registration. So I come back to that theme. Therefore, take it in the manner that you are going, you are doing the job which is of utmost public importance. And I'll add, it's not only public importance. It is very, in a way, you are contributing, or you become instrumental in the growth of national economy also. Because successful business, whether under the Companies Act, when we talk of mergers, amalgamations, etc., where you are needed, or we talk about IBC, where successful turnarounds and successful resolution plans, etc., where we think of maximizing the value of the assets, which is the main theme, you are contributing to that. And all this in turn contributes to the national economy. or national growth, economic growth of the nation. When we talk of 5 trillion economy in next couple of years, treat it that maybe the government of the day is saying so, our prime minister is saying so, but the players who are contributing to that includes you valuers as well. Think it that it is you are doing that job which is of national importance, not only of public importance. And with this, I congratulate ICI RVO for doing this job, and I wish you all the best. Keep it up. And in these 2 days of your deliberations, I hope that there would be a good churning and the various aspects which were discussed and various ideas which would be which would emerge would be shared with the policy makers, so that you are able to contribute to the growth of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Justice, for inspiring us with your words and encouraging the valuers that we are contributing, doing job for national importance. Thank you. I'd like to invite now CA Preeti Paras Savla to please propose formal vote of thanks. Preeti ji is the respected Central Council member with ICI and Vice Chair with the Valuation Standards Board.
Thank you, Amit ji. Respected dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, all respected speakers, participants, present physically as well as virtually, I would say that Einstein was right about relativity, but he would have had a difficult time applying the relative valuation in today's market. And that is what after this evaluation of IBBI, ICAI RVO has been formed, and we are celebrating today the 5th anniversary of ICAI RVO. And I must say that since then, even Valuation Standard Board at ICI has also been formed, and I would like to say that we are trying to do our best for making the members and building the capacity. And as Mr. Justice A.K. Sikri ji has said, it's a noble profession. And as our theme also says, sustaining the public interest through valuation ecosystem, sir. So we have to see the valuation report becomes very important, and you have shared with you all your examples that in arbitration also how both the valuers are justifying their client, I can say, and trying to justify, but you have to ensure that the interest of the minority shareholders are getting protected. And that is where the importance of the valuer remains. And we as the ICAI are partner in nation building and ensure that we build the capacity of the members at the most and become the best of the RVO. And I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our esteemed Chief Guest, Honorable Mr. Justice A.K. Sikri ji, Supreme Court of India, for taking out time of your busy schedule to be with us today. Sir, it's a learning platform, and you inspired us a lot by saying that you are also learning, and that is what we have to learn, like 100x if you are learning at this stage, because we feel that you are the supreme of supremas. And thank you very much, sir, for being here, and your esteemed presence has added the immense value and significance to this inaugural session. And we are deeply grateful for your inspiring keynote address, which has set the tone for the conference being the noble profession. Your valuable insights and vast experience will undoubtedly guide us as we navigate the path towards sustaining public interest through the valuation ecosystem. We thank you a lot, and I request all the participants to have a loud applause to this vote of thanks to Mr. Justice. We have with us a guest of honors, Shri Jayanti Prasad, the whole-time member, IBBI. And sir, it's the moment you have shared the statistics of the entire valuation profession, and more than 20% is contributed by ICAI RVO as a practicing professionals in the valuation system. And we have already applied for 2 more asset classes, and looking forward for that also. We'll build our own standards for that also. We are already started discussing about that, and we are looking forward that, and we always look forward the support from IBBI. So first of all, thank you very much for gracing the occasion, today's occasion of our 5th anniversary, and your presence, your notable contributions to the field of valuation, and your unwavering support for us, ICI RVO, have been instrumental in shaping the profession and its regulatory framework. We are immensely grateful for your inspiring words, the statistics, which have served a beacon of guidance for all of us gathered here today. Thank you very much for being here. I need not say for the loud applause. Thank you very much, August gathering. A special word of thanks will always go for our RVO, our chairman, Hansraj Chugji, for contributing to the Valuation Standard Board, our president, sir, our vice president, sir, who are always instrumental for us and guiding us to do best. It is best for our members, the valuers. It is our endeavor to serve the best to all the valuers, all the members of our institute. And what I can say about Raju Kherji as well as Rakesh Saigalji and Sarika and entire team who have worked a day, night since last couple of months to have all of you together over here, deciding the venue, the speakers, celebrating this 5th anniversary. All the thanks to them. I express my gratitude to all of them. Again, friends, our speakers, and right now we have in our gathering various speakers also. I can see Manoj Fadnisji, our past president, sir, the other speakers, council member Durgesh Kapraji. I can say Mr. M.S. Sahu. I can't forget his contribution since the inception of IBBI, and all various speakers who have gathered here since morning, and also the delegates from other countries, the UK, Nepal, Bangladesh, various countries, to make and all the participants, the valuers. This is one of the contributions from all of you makes the ICI RVO the best. And again, I really thank and appreciate all your contributions to the valuation profession. Friends, again, as said by Mr. Swikri, we always look forward best of the best RVO and ensure that our valuation reports are the best in the world. And with these words, I give a word of gratitude and thanks to all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and I am sure that this 2 days conference will achieve a landmark and will add value to all of your knowledge. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Preeti ji, for proposing vote of thanks. With that, we conclude the inaugural session. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Let's have a group photograph for posterity. Dr. Sahu, please join in. Manoj sir. So thank you once again everyone for the inaugural session, and to respect time we are straight going into our first technical session. So we request you to come back and take your seats as quickly as possible, because we have with us the speaker of the session, Dr. Sahu, and the moderator, CA Charanjot Singh Nandaji, with us. So let's start that session in just a bit. So may I invite Dr. Sahu? Okay, we'll start in 2 minutes. So in a couple of minutes from now, we will start the technical session on the topic, the rise of regulatory oversight. Right straight after, we'll have the technical session 2 on the opportunities for valuation professionals.
ऑन है ठीक है
दो स्टाफ और भेज दो चेंज होगी हाँ हाँ बुला लेते जो बुलाए बाहर तो नहीं है बाहर इसमें तो नहीं है सब आप वहाँ पे बैठे थे वहाँ तो नहीं है
नहीं हाँ इधर मैं पढ़ते हुए भी देख रहा था
ये है ना सिर्फ लास्ट का और एक अभी वहीं रख दो अब इतना तो ठीक है हटा दो दो ही रह ये थोड़ा शिफ्ट करना दोस्त आगे
So, good afternoon, everyone. Respecting time, we are all set to now begin with the first technical session. Please take your seats. As I invite on stage CA Charanjot Singh Nandaji, Central Council Member, ICI, to moderate the next technical session. And please put your hands together for the distinguished speaker, Dr. M.S. Sahu, former Chairperson, Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. We all know that Dr. Sahu was the first chairperson of the IBBI, and thank you very much, sir, for giving the regulatory landscape and your visionary leadership to the insolvency ecosystem. So the topic for this technical session is the rise of regulatory oversight, compliance, challenges, and best practices. First and foremost, I request the moderator of the session, CA Charanjot Singh Nanda, sir, to welcome the distinguished speaker with flowers and a memento. Thank you very much. Sir, this is the Dhokra metal craft, an artwork from Bastar, Chhattisgarh. It's over to the moderator of the session, CA Charanjot Singh Nanda, sir.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Speaker of the Day, Shri M.S. Sahu. I can see below the Honorable Past President C.A. Manoj Fadnis, my council colleagues, C.A. Hansraj Chok, C.A. Pramod Jain, C.A. Durgesh Kabra, Madam Preeti Savla, and all who have come here to go home more enlightened. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very exciting session on the rise of regulatory oversight, compliance, challenges, and best practices. I want to very candidly accept that times have now started wherein performance becomes very imminent in determining your capabilities. When I entered, Preeti Bhen was on her last slot. She very rightly said that the most important thing is how effectively we contribute in valuations as a body set up with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, the regulatory framework has to be strong. So I take this opportunity to extend a warm and gracious welcome to all of you as we gather to embark upon an insightful and ambitious journey delving into the ensuing session of the rise of regulatory oversight, compliance challenges, and best practices. It is an absolute honor and privilege for me to stand before you as a regulator to the great speaker, my very old friend, Shri Dr. M.S. Sahu. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sahu is a highly acclaimed thought leader in the realm of financial markets. He brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to our discussion today. Serving as the first chairperson of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, he has left an indelible mark on the regulatory landscape, leading the way with visionary leadership and groundbreaking initiatives that have shaped the very fabric of the insolvency ecosystem. I would like to say you that Dr. Sahu, during his tenure in IBBI, embraced and implemented several best governance practices on its remarkable journey towards institutional legitimacy. Very important. With meticulous attention to deal and an unwavering commitment to excellence, he has played a pivotal role in the development of the insolvency ecosystem. Going a bit back, before his stellar tenure at the IBBI, Dr. Sahu has held esteemed positions that have further enriched his repertoire of expertise. He was a member of the Competition Commission of India, Secretary of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India, whole-time member of SEBI, and an economic advisor with the National Stock Exchange of India, and have cemented his reputation as a true luminary in the field. Ladies and gentlemen, I remember going to him for several regulatory issues, and he has been very kind enough to support us and to ensure that we bring back each and everything that could lead to providing international best practices. I want to tell you that your institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, along with the RVO, have scaled newer heights. I want to tell you that after VOCA, World Congress, our position internationally has improved substantially. I happen to be the chairman of Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, and we have promulgated 23 forensic standards, the first in the globe to come out with forensic standards, and we are making them mandatory on 1st July 2023. So ladies and gentlemen, before I say goodbye to you, let us understand that times have come when we can reap the best of our plantations. There is a couplet which says, "Dete na the jo jawab, unke salam aane lage. Dete na the jo jawab, unke salam aane lage. Waqt badla, to mere neem ke ped par aam aane lage." My dear friends, we are now at a very indomitable position where we could confirm, we could create and set up mandates that could ultimately usher a new era of prosperity. I will not stand between you and Dr. Sahu, but I would request you that at the end of the session, we'd like to take 4 or 5 very pertinent questions so as to give a feel that we are in an interactive session. Welcome, Dr. Sahu. The dais is all yours now. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nanda, for your kind words. My dear registered valuers and other movers and shakers of the valuation profession, friends, ladies and gentlemen, I am extremely grateful to ICAI RVO and particularly Ms. Sarika Singhal for giving me this opportunity to spend time with you. Congratulations to ICAI RVO for completing 5 glorious years of service to the profession, profession of the valuation profession. A lot has been talked about the IBC and IBBI, with which I was associated for about 5 years, But before I get into the today's topic, I just wanted to reiterate only one point about the IBC, that every profession is a noble profession, but IBC is the most noble law because it cares for a person or nurtures a person who is in distress, whether it is a company, individual, or whatever kind of person he is. So it comes to the rescue of the person when it needs the IBC most. And the long title of the IBC says that it is a law for insolvency resolution in a time-bound manner for maximizing value of assets to promote entrepreneurship, etc., etc. I just wanted to tell that there is some confusion prevails in many circles about the objectives of the IBC. IBC has only one objective, that is insolvency resolution, period. Whatever further things we read, these are manner, how it happens, time-bound manner. What we will achieve by that? It will improve entrepreneurship, it will improve credit availability, it will maximize the value of the assets, but it has only one objective, and therefore my request is that focus on that objective. The objective of IBC is not value maximization, that can be a benefit. One. Second, this insolvency resolution, the law envisages in either of the two ways. Either you resolve by a resolution plan or liquidate it and distribute the proceeds among the relevant stakeholders. So quite often people think that, including up to the Supreme Court, that by resolution means resolution by a resolution plan only. Yes, that is only one mode of resolution, failing which, of course, there is a policy preference for resolution plan because our law does not allow directly to go to liquidation. First, form the committee of creditors, let a set of people collectively take a view that resolution plan is not possible, therefore liquidate it. So we do not, in some jurisdictions, law allows, particularly say in USA, that you can go for liquidation directly. Our law does not allow it, but nevertheless, liquidation is a resolution because you are putting back unutilized resources to more productive uses. So these two things are most important if you are operating at the IBC space. I am giving the topic, fortunately, not something on the valuation or valuation profession. And in fact, whatever I had understood about the valuation and this profession, that's entirely I have written down in that so-called expert committee report. It's a very lengthy report, and probably I have not updated myself thereafter. So fortunately, when I was given a topic like that, a very general topic, the rise of regulatory oversight, compliance challenges and best practices, I felt quite happy. It's not that we did not have regulators. Someone has mentioned that the Institute of Chartered Accountants Act 1949. We have a long history of having regulators, regulations, and regulatory oversight, but this became more prominent in the recent years. Since the 1990s, when we started or we moved to this so-called market economy, whereby that affected a paradigm shift in the way the state was working. Earlier state was focused on direct provision of goods and services, but it changed this strategy to making provision of regulations for supply of goods and services. So we moved away from direct control of production of goods and services to making it easy for people to do business, produce, distribute, whatever the market economy wishes. So this required two major changes in the institutional or governance edifice. The first is one is institutional environment, that is the form of law, which we call regulation, and the second is the change in the institutional arrangement, that is the mode of delivery of governance, which we call today regulator. So regulator and regulations, they have come more or less at the same time, and I would be talking about the rise of this ecosystem of a regulator and regulations in the Indian context. I just I just mentioned about the change in the form of law. There are broadly two forms of law. One is called almost complete form, the other is almost incomplete form. Indian Penal Code enacted in 1860 is an example of almost complete form of law. The definition of theft given therein has been working for last 150 years, will serve another 50 years, does not require any change. This is the kind of law which are written, which will serve generations, but those times are over. Maybe those kind of laws can continue, but today we are in a market environment which is dynamic, when the change earlier used to take centuries are happening in months or at best in years. So the governance response to this has been the almost incomplete form of law. This form believes that it is not possible to visualize all possible circumstances and provide for the same in the legislations. Legislations tend to be slim, thin. SEBI Act you have seen 10 pages long. The regulations made there under around 10,000 pages. So, but even though SEBI Act is so slim, it has the potential to deal with all possible circumstances, including unforeseen emergencies. This allows the law to evolve continuously in tandem with the environment to meet the emerging deficiencies, accommodate new services that come up and new market designs, deal with innovative transactions, and improve the efficiency of operations by overcoming legislative lags. I'll give you an example. The definition of a security is given in the Securities Contracts Act. It defines securities include A, B, C, and any other instrument as may be declared by the central government. A year back, we thought of having social enterprises and social stock exchanges, and thought of providing a means of raising resources. But the people who contribute for the social enterprises, they do not expect anything in return. So a new instrument was thought of which will give zero coupon, zero return of principal. So it was named as zero coupon, zero principal instrument. Quickly government made a declaration that securities also include zero coupon, zero principal instrument. So this facilitated, without going to parliament, now the social exchanges have started operation, social enterprises have come, they are about to raise, and in fact that has opened up another opportunity for the profession of chartered accountant, something called social audit has come up. I will give you another example because since I have spent long time in financial market, most of my examples will be from that market. The Securities Exchange Board of India, that is allowed to register, regulate A, B, C, D, and any other intermediary as may be notified by SEBI from time to time. So this allows SEBI, if a new intermediary emerges in future which was not visualized at time of making enactment, or an intermediary exists today but is not required to be registered because it is not that significant from systemic point of view, but it has grown important over the years. So we don't have to go back to parliament, ask for a change. SEBI is empowered, notified today, yes, this activity I want to regulate from today, and tomorrow you start regulating it. Another dimension of this is the subordinate legislation, which we call regulation. Every regulator has substantial powers to fill the gaps in the laws and to deal with matters of detail which evolve with time. This enables, in fact, in one of my SEBI days, the then SEBI chairperson was Mr. C.B. Bhave. He was comparing the situation of the role of a regulator and regulations that it's something like that you are flying an aircraft at 30,000 feet high. It has developed a snag, you don't have the luxury to come down repair. You must continue flying and you must continue repairing, and that is the job a regulator and regulations intend to have. Today, what happens is SEBI, for example, notices that some conduct is not acceptable, some pernicious practice that is impeding the integrity of the market. It will say that it has, you are familiar with the fraudulent and unfair trade practices regulations. It would simply amend that regulations to say that today FUTP covers, it says that something fraudulent, etc. is considered as FUTP. Notwithstanding this, the following 20 categories are considered fraudulent and unfair trade practice. So this allows SEBI today to add to the list, subtract from the list, or modify any of the items with just approval of its own governing board, and thereafter notify it, and then if somebody still continues that practice, you can take him to task. Consider today's ongoing debate to deal with the competition in a digital market, and there is a committee government has set up, standing committee of the finance has recommended that there should be a separate law, but I look at that, there are three potential ways to, there are three potential options to deal with digital markets. The simplest is have a separate law on competition for digital market, but this is not neither efficient nor sustainable. But if you today talk about a separate law for competition, why not a separate law for trademark, separate law for securities, contracts, insolvency, telecom? And then newer kinds of markets are keeping on emerging because of the technological advancements and with the time, of course, business innovations. Today we already have metaverse markets, which is different from digital markets. So will we be going for another competition law for metaverse markets? So there will be no end to it. Lawmaking need not and must not match the speed of technological changes or market developments, but we will find out a way to deal with those problems. The second option would be, which is not that, which is just like that, there is a provision in the competition law which says that prohibits abuse of dominance. It says it defines what is dominance and it defines what is abuse. So the law can amend these two definitions, make it more expansive. You can say that abuse includes whatever is already stated, plus 3 more abuses from the digital markets, and dominance also, whatever way dominance is determined, you can add 2 more attributes. But the problem with is that these definitions could become obsolete in no time as market structure changes, new markets emerge, new abusive practices will appear, will get modified, new abuse. So then there will be, you get into the same problem of legislative lags. This will require frequent amendments to the parliament, to the statute, and you may get stuck up. So the modern practice therefore is that, the third option, that specifies the principles or parameters of dominance and abuse in the statute, preferably with the examples as you have seen in Indian Contract Act, Indian Penal Code. Those kinds of legislations always carried illustrations. Unfortunately, we do not have that many today. So you illustrate with examples, if possible with detailed notes on clauses, and enable the regulator to list specific forms of dominance, specific forms of abuse through subordinate legislation, something like the FUTP I just alluded to a little earlier. The second change to the governance edifice I mentioned is the regulator, is the institutional arrangement for delivery of governance. In the earlier regime, government used to play a dual role. It was through its instrumentalities doing business. It was a player through BSNL, MTNL in telecom. It had GIC and LIC in the insurance. But it was also making the rules about the insurance business, and this created the perception that since the government has an interest in making sure that the government companies performed well, any rules that it would make is likely to be pro or likely to have bias in favor of government companies. So a private person who is wanting to make investment would not trust a regime where the competitor is also a rule maker. It was this persuading logic which created the regulators outside the regulatory apparatus. A regulator away from the hierarchical institution of government but with specific governance responsibilities dates to the end of the 19th century. The United States Interstate Commerce Commission is probably the first regulatory agency set up in 1887, about at least 100 years before India started the journey. But the surge of regulatory agencies, the large proliferation of the numbers, that is associated with the privatization, liberalization of economies in the late 20th century, as state gradually moved away from doing business to making it easy to do business. And to affect the issues that affect the dynamic market economy, I just gave the example. Governments across the jurisdictions have been setting up regulators, equipping them with the necessary powers, expertise, resources commensurate with their tasks. There are significant advantages of governance through regulation. First, it generally does not share the social obligations of the government, nor is it subject to the pressures of interest groups. It provides the same level playing field to all kinds of participants, government, non-government. You are familiar, just gave the example of competition law. Before competition law, a public sector enterprise, even the government itself, except for sovereign functions, government is also subject to the discipline and jurisdiction of the Competition Commission of India. So this regulator builds the expertise, matching complexities of the task, evolves processes to enforce the authority rapidly and proactively. There are significant concerns too. When the regulators fail to perform, the government, particularly the elected representatives being the principal, they are often called upon to explain and carry out the rescue operations. But over time, several institutional mechanisms, checks and balances have come up to minimize such concerns to harness full benefits of this new regime. The establishment of regulators, to me, constitutes one of the most significant governance reforms of the last century. The emergence of regulators to share the governance is now inevitable, at least in market areas. They resemble state, they resemble government in terms of powers, in terms of responsibilities. They provide public goods in public interest. They have same responsibilities, consumer protection, development and regulation as government has. They have exactly same powers, legislative, we call it quasi-legislative, executive and quasi-judicial powers as the government has. So they carry on governance in a sense on behalf of the government in accordance with a statutory contract, the statute, the SEBI Act or IBC, that is the contract between the government and regulator, for which there is a mechanism to ensure that regulator remains on track. In fact, Mr. Nanda was mentioning about the institutional legitimacy. IBBI went one step ahead, though it was one of the youngest regulators. It has done an external evaluation of its performance. National Council of Applied and Economic Research was given a job that please evaluate IBBI and then tell where it is lagging. And that is so far the only organization which have been evaluated. But it has not been, the regulators have been rising, we call it rise of a regulatory state. But it has not been very easy for the executive to accept the shift of governance from government to regulators. They initially found it strange because they were answerable to parliament for the decisions taken by the regulators. There were some ministers saying that how do I explain to parliament if this regulator has authority to fix the tariff? I am not doing that, but I have to defend that. So, but now the logic has sank in, mostly for today the executive has started preferring the regulators to do the governance for three reasons. First is, it insulates the regulatory decisions from being overturned with the change in public opinion or change of government, and thereby ensures predictability and certainty. That is what every government wants. It also insulates the politicians from the fallout of unpopular decisions by shifting the blame to the regulator. So if some regulator passes an order, you are aggrieved, but the government has nothing to explain. There is a mechanism, tribunal, you go there and seek relief. And it of course helps to build the expertise matching the complications of the market environment. But gradually there has been issues about the independence. Gradually institutional arrangements are, or it is getting, independence is getting more institutionalized. For example, the SEBI Act 1992 as originally enacted, required that SEBI shall make regulations with prior approval of the central government. But in 1995, the law was amended to dispense with the prior requirement of the central government. Now, this enabled SEBI, it enabled independence, it enabled its autonomy, but more importantly, to respond speedily to changing market conditions. But that is not the uniform practice. In Government of India, there are several regulators. I will mention some of them. Even the regulators at state level, different administrative ministries have different practices in relation to the regulators under their ministry. Today there is a bill called the Mediation Bill 2021 in before Parliament. Even though SEBI Act enabled in 1995 SEBI to issue regulations without prior approval of the government, the Mediation Bill requires the Mediation Council of India to issue regulations with the previous approval of the central government. We have all kinds of practices, but gradually moving towards more and more independence along with the accountability arrangements. Of course, to ensure that regulators do not deviate from the electoral mandate, that means whatever government has policies. So there the government retains the extreme power of giving directions to regulators on matters of policy, and what is a matter of policy, on that decision of the government is final, and that decision is binding on the regulated. Some of you may have noticed a recent order from Department of Power to the Central Electricity Regulatory Commission issued on 8th of this month. Every regulator is required, some regulators by law are required to have a consultation process before making regulations. Some have developed a practice to consult the regulators because it is beneficial for everybody. The Electricity Act 2003 requires Central Electricity Regulatory Commission to consult all stakeholders before framing the regulations. Now government has power to give directions. So this power government has used that, government felt that it is the most important stakeholder and it needs to be consulted by CERC before making regulations. So therefore the direction I just referred to on 8th of this month, government has directed CERC to consult the Ministry of Power in detail at the stage of formulating the regulations. And in the direction, it has also stated that it is a policy direction, therefore it is binding on you. So you can't be coming and making an appeal against this direction. This was the hesitance from the executive side, but the bigger hesitation came from the regulatory tribunals, which were created under the same statute that has created the regulator and regulatory tribunals. Both have been created under the same statute. Typically, a tribunal, there are exceptions, like IBC is a slightly different structure, but typically under the SEBI Act, Securities Appellate Tribunal and SEBI, this is an arrangement where the tribunal is the appellate authority against the orders of the regulator. Regulator can strike down the order, modify, but it has no authority to say that some regulation is bad or beyond the competence of the regulator. But there have been several instances where regulators have struck down the regulations made by the regulators on some misunderstanding that they have powers, they can scrutinize, they can look at the bias of the law, but somehow this has received serious setbacks from the Supreme Court. I can give you some examples. In 2010 in the matter of Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, in 2013 in the matter of Telecom Regulatory Commission, in 2017 in Securities and Exchange Board of India, it has been held that the appellate tribunals do not have a jurisdiction to entertain challenges to the regulations framed by these regulators. And even in case of SEBI, it went one step further, saying that even the circulars also it can't be scrutinized by the tribunals. IBC I just mentioned is slightly different because the NCLT is not the appellate authority of the IBBI. IBBI makes regulations, NCLT acts as the adjudicating authority. As per regulations, market participants, resolution professional or valuation professional They carry out their respective duties, and then they come to the National Company Law Tribunal Adjudicating Authority for approvals, for admitting an application, for approving a resolution plan, and on different issues arising during the resolution process. But adjudicating authority many times have claimed that it is competent to scrutinize these regulations. It is not bound by the regulations of IBBI, and it has struck down the regulations quite a few times. But in all these cases, at the higher level, either NCLT, LAT, or the Supreme Court has set aside the order of the adjudicating authority. And a recent order, I think in this April only, in the case of Abhishek Singh, because NCLT told that I am not bound by the regulation. This was the CIRP regulation which enabled the procedure for withdrawal of applications. The NCLT told that the adjudicating authority, because it's not for IBC purposes, it is adjudicating authority, is not a tribunal. So the adjudicating authority told that it is not bound by this law. But Supreme Court told that the adjudicating authority is bound by the regulations made by the IBBI because it is made under the statute. This carries a statutory flavor and it is binding. There have, I told you, problems from executive, problems from tribunal, but there have also been problems from the regulated. I am only telling that how the rise of a regulatory oversight has come over time and faced the resistance and still continuing and becoming more independent, more accountable, and more responsible. Regulated took quite some time to accept the governance by the regulators. Whenever the regulated, they felt some regulator comes up with some plan, some regulation, something. The regulator goes to regulator and tells that this is not okay, please withdraw it, this order you have done, not appropriate for market, for whatever, they can have a valid reason, they may not have also a valid reason, they would always ask for, if it is affecting their interests, they would ask for reversal of the decisions. But there have been many instances in the early days when the regulator took a decision, the regulated typically ran to the government for a direction to the regulator. And there have been instances where regulators, if not giving a clear direction, have persuaded the regulator to look into it, passed on the reference, please examine and reconsider. And in one such matter, since I told I am giving the SEBI example, G.P. Radkarni was the first chairperson of SEBI as a regulatory body. SEBI took some action in respect of some orders in respect of the brokers. Brokers, as you know, they are located in the Dalal Street, and SEBI was located in Mittal Court. So brokers, instead of going to SEBI, if they had grievance, they came to Finance Ministry, thinking that Finance Ministry will give a direction to SEBI and the SEBI will take it back. So G.V. Ramakrishna has made a statement which everybody quotes today because in the regulatory independence, that he made a statement that the road from Dalal Street to Mittal Court is not via North Block. So the regulators used to resort to different gimmicks to influence the regulators. In initial days, government felt obliged to consider the requests of these people, but gradually, as I told, the tribunals came up. So law enabled the regulated to seek relief from appellate forum if they are agreed by the quasi-judicial decisions. Government also came up, just like I mentioned the example of Department of Power giving a direction to CRC. So thereby making most of the regulators consult the regulated while making the regulations. So the process of making regulations, process of quasi-judicial actions were standardized with an appellate forum. So SAT came up as the appellate authority of SEBI, and this solution was replicated over several other regulatory legislations. Gradually, government also still, despite that also people will come to government. But government did not really consider, told them you go and seek relief wherever possible. I can't get into whatever the decisions the regulators have taken. So gradually regulated, they started accepting and engaging with the regulators so that they get the right kind of regulations. And today you would find that SEBI of course passes a large number of orders, but we have a securities appellate tribunal which has completely, it has one bench, and now there is a demand, the government has approved to have a second bench. So that means there is an opportunity for you, there is a way for you, you are aggrieved, go and seek relief. But society as a whole has a kind of love and hate relationship with regulators. In normal times, regulators are criticized for over-regulation. Why this regulator is doing this? They don't understand. But when something, in normal times, they will ask that regulators should have a hands-off approach. But when something goes wrong in unusual times, the same regulators are asked questions for under-regulation, alleging them to be sleeping on the wheel. So there's a tendency to use one untoward incident to paint a picture about a regulator. In fact, the one I mentioned, that if you have a systemic arrangement to evaluate the performance of regulators, like the IBBI did voluntarily, then that would give the right message for correction for the regulators. Nevertheless, India has a track record of establishing credible regulators. It has created a good and comprehensive regulatory system tailored to our needs, not the other patterns. Today, regulators are present broadly in the three spaces: regulation of professions like Bar Council of India, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, National Medical Commission; regulation of markets like Securities and Exchange Board of India, the Competition Commission of India, the Insurance Regulatory Development of India. We have regulators in the utilities, Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board. There are regulators both at central level and state level created under the central legislations like Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act, Electricity Act. Recent one is RERA, where we have regulators at state level. I am giving some lists, but there are hundreds of regulators today. Many more are in the offing, like the one I told you, Medical Council of India is in the offing, Data Protection Authority is under consideration, Higher Education Commission of India is under consideration. So this is how I would describe the rise of regulatory oversight over the last 3 decades, and I would conclude here. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. M.S. Sahu, for your enlightening points on the topic, the rise of regulatory oversight. And respecting time, we'll conclude this session here. I'm sure you'll have a lot of questions for Dr. Sahu. We request you to please pose those questions off the dais. Thank you very much. A round of applause for both the moderator and the speaker. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And continuing the series of the technical sessions, let's straight hop across to the next technical session. And this is on the topic valuation in emerging markets, challenges and opportunities for valuation professionals. May I invite on stage the speaker of the session, CA Manoj Fadnis, past President, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and Independent Director, Federal Bank. Please welcome the moderator of this session as well, CA Durgesh Kumar Kabra, Central Council member, ICI, and himself an insolvency professional. Please welcome Manoj sir and Durgesh sir on the dais. I request CA Durgesh Kumar Kabra sir first to welcome CA Manoj Fadnis with flowers and also with a memento. And the artwork done with the hand from our very talented craftspeople based out of Bastar, Chhattisgarh. Welcome, sir. May I now request CA Durgesh Kumar Kabra, sir, to take over from here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, one and all present here, my respected speaker, Manoj Fadnisji, the past president of ICAI, two of my colleagues, Charanjot Singh Nandaji and Pramod Jainji, as well as the past chairman of IBBI, MS Sahuji, other dignitaries. It's indeed a pleasure for me to be part of this Foundation Day celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to all of you to this first technical session which is being organized by IRVO and which is going to be on the valuation in emerging market challenges and opportunities for valuation professionals. Friends, I know that the person who is with us today as a speaker for this technical session is going to throw light on the various things with respect to the valuation in the emerging market. But it gives me immense pleasure to welcome him today to this Foundation Day celebration. CA Manoj Fadnisji is the past president of our Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, and is also an independent director on the board of Federal Bank. CA Fadnisji has demonstrated unwavering dedication and expertise throughout his distinguished career as the president of ICAI. He led the institute with great distinction, and his contributions have been recognized both nationally as well as internationally. With his vast experience as an independent director and his role in shaping accounting issues, CA Fadnisji brings a unique perspective to our profession. Sir will enlighten us on the challenges and opportunities that arise when valuing assets in emerging market. His wealth of knowledge, expertise, and exceptional leadership will undoubtedly guide us through the intricacies of this complex subject, offering invaluable insight into the evolving landscape of valuation in today's dynamic market. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to CA Manoj Fadnisji, who graciously accepted our invitations and joined us today. His presence and contributions elevate the significance of this gathering, and we are privileged to have the opportunity to learn from him. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a resounding, enthusiastic welcome to CA Manoj Fadnisji, who will address us in person as he imparts his knowledge and wisdom to this esteemed gathering. Let us embrace this opportunity to gain profound insight, engage in thought-provoking discussion, and collectively navigate the challenges and seize the opportunities that lies ahead in the realm of valuation in emerging market. With this, thank you, friends, and over to the Manoj Fadnisji for the session.
Thank you very much, Durgeshji, for all those kind words. It is a great privilege and honor to be present in this, before this august body. I'm grateful to the Institute and the ICAI RVO for the same, and feel delighted to share some thoughts on this subject. The very esteemed council members present here, Charanjot Singh Nandaji, Pramodji, Durgeshji, Rakesh Saigalji, and CA Sarika Singhal, Madam Rita, and all esteemed members within India and those guests who have come from abroad, many joining online as I'm told. Very good afternoon to all of you. I'm conscious of the fact that I stand between you and the lunch, but given the intricacies and challenges, and more than challenges, the opportunities which lie before us, I would share my thoughts on the subject as briefly as possible, so not to make you stand up in between. Friends, as all experts are before me, I feel my job is much simplified in terms of looking at the emerging markets, the challenges and the opportunities, and the various matters with respect to, as has been brought out for this subject matter for discussion. Essentially, when we look at the emerging markets, every country actually has markets which are in different stages of flux. Some markets are growing, some are steady, some are declining, and those which are declining can bounce back. Those which are going at a very steady pace can decline, and as we know, technology is the biggest disruptor today. With technology, as we have seen also in the last few years in the COVID, how things could change. For some, COVID brought in huge opportunities, and for many industries, it was a great shock. So, technology could be leveraged. Technology could also be a disruptor. And the markets which are growing today may not grow at that pace, and vice versa. Now, when we look at the emerging markets, I'm sure you'll agree with me that the challenges which are there are primarily in terms of lesser information which is available, or some of the information which is not as crystal as one would like them to be when one is taking a decision based on those markets, or in respect of assets to be valued in those markets. The key numbers, both in terms of financial numbers or in terms of the non-financial numbers. And today we find a lot of non-financial numbers being given a lot of importance in terms of determining the valuations. So it could be the number of customers, the number of hits on the websites, the number of times those apps have been downloaded. So these are non-financial numbers which are playing a great importance in terms of valuations. But there are several macro and microeconomic variables which affect these numbers, and these variables themselves keep on changing very rapidly. So that, I feel, is one of the basic challenges. Second is, in an emerging market, the asset which is being valued, there will be not many comparable transactions basis which one could value a particular asset. And that adds to the degree of uncertainty, degree of difficulties in valuations. And finally, in case of emerging markets, there are certainly political risks, social risks, which create uncertainty with respect to the business environment in which the target asset of the company is being subject to valuations. Now, these challenges ultimately land up either in overvaluing those assets or significantly undervaluing the assets. So these could be the challenges, and I would say beyond these challenges also lie the opportunities for us as valuers. Now, in terms of looking at the valuations in these markets, would be very important to identify the market in which the subject matter of the asset or the company is situated in. There are markets which are growing very rapidly, and it is said that if there is a continuous growth in the GDP, and if the growth is in double digit, if that growth in double digit continues for a certain number of consecutive number of years, it could lead to a visible reduction in the poverty levels that we see around us. And this is very important in terms of the emerging markets, because that is one of the biggest challenges for any company or any asset which is to be valued, which is situated in an emerging market. So the growth in the GDP has a very important impact. And one of the examples is a country like Ethiopia, which saw a continuous growth in their GDP exceeding 10% for a certain number of years. Earlier, we know that China, say a few decades back, did experience a growth in GDP for a large number of years continuously. And maybe we may like it, we may not like it, but today it has become an economic superpower. The second type of market which we are looking at is a market which is otherwise a matured market, a stable market, but the industry is in a rapid stage of growth. So one of the examples which comes up in such a kind of a market is today, let us say, what is happening for the green vehicle technology in the US, where this is looked at as a very challenging and a very emerging market. And the third type of market, I would say, is a market which is a combination of both the earlier types of markets which are discussed. And in that, one could one could consider, say, the fintech companies. Today, the fintechs are growing by numbers, and the valuations of fintech companies is astounding. The kind of growth which is happening in fintech companies could also be a matter of concern from the regulatory point of view. We had a very interesting talk by Mr. Sahu, who explained in such a lucid manner how the regulations have evolved over a period of time. In terms of fintech companies, today we hear about the Honorable Governor of Reserve Bank of India expressing concerns about the kind of regulations which are there behind such fintechs. We find that more and more banks are leveraging the fintechs in terms of their growth. Banks are using fintechs for opening the new saving accounts, current accounts, which is adding to the core deposits which the banks have. In the COVID period, we saw the accounts being opened with eKYC norms being introduced. So, what is a matter of concern could be that there could be regulatory challenges, new type of regulations may come in terms of such fintech companies, and which could, in a way, make the operations of fintechs more regulated, more systematic over a period of time, but which could act as a disruptor for many of these fintechs. And that is a challenge more so in an emerging market, that regulations keep changing because of the need for the change, which cannot be doubted. But the fact that the regulations would come in and the regulations can change the landscape for valuations of these companies, these assets. So what we have, as all of you are well aware, the methods for valuations would be either the market-driven valuations or the discounted cash flow valuations. In case of market-driven valuations, the difficulty in the emerging markets, as I said, is that there are not too many comparable transactions basis which the valuations can be done effectively. And when one goes for a cash flow based valuations, howsoever scientific the valuation is ultimately a matter of opinion. It's not accurate. And we heard learned speakers mentioning how important this profession is coming up, how noble this profession is, and how much kind of reliance which is being placed on this profession of valuers. But at the other end, there is also an unfortunate saying, which is not true in terms of the regulated valuers, I may say, that it is said about cash flow valuations, and I'm sure all of us are aware of it, that if you torture an Excel sheet sufficiently and for a sufficient period of time, the Excel sheet will give up the valuations which you're looking towards. There's a lot of subjectivity. There's a lot of subjectivity in valuations. So what kind of projections are being made? How reliable those projections are? How scientific those projections are? How much assumptions have been studied before making those projections? And then what kind of a discount factor which has been considered for arriving at the net present value? So these are challenges, and these are also the opportunities for the valuers. So the ability to understand these financial parameters, to understand that business, and then make projections or carry out projections. Ultimately, the projections will not be the same as the actual outcome. We are all aware of that. The reality will certainly not be the same as what has been projected. But it should not be way away from what would be a reasonable projections considering the situation today. So I have seen, and all of you would have experienced, budgets placed before the boards in the month of March 2020, and within 7 days all budgets went haywire because of the lockdown which was imposed, and nobody really thought about that lockdown when the budgets were prepared. So these are exceptional circumstances. But otherwise, how good we are at making the projections and using the appropriate discount rate for arriving at the net present value for this future cash flows. And that would determine the kind of confidence which could be there in the valuers over a period of time. It's not one valuation or two valuations which really change, but if there are series of valuations which happen, that is where the investors and people lose confidence in the valuations. We saw some of the startups which came up with IPOs last year, or well-established corporate industries which came out with IPOs. I did not mention any specific one, but we are all aware of it. And upon listing, we found that those values were not the values at which the market traded on those shares. Now, the market determined rate is not necessarily the right value, but that at that point of time is showing the value which is arrived at considering the demand and supply of those shares, and therefore it may not give the right value. But if the market driven value is substantially lower than the price at which the merchant bankers and the valuers determine the value, then that is the point of time when the confidence in the valuations are deeply shaken. And that is one very important aspect which one should look into and keep in mind. I said I don't want to name any companies. Sir, as I said, there are, I take your point, sir, but the question is, the valuation of any company would be determined basis certain assumptions. And finally, what value comes up upon its listing may not really reflect all those factors which were considered at the time of valuation. But what is expected is that over a period of time, 6 months to 1 year, if the share continues to trade at a price much below its initially offered price, that is where the doubts arise with respect to the kind of study which should have gone into those valuations, or whether there were factors which ought to have been considered and were not considered. So valuation will always remain a matter of opinion. If the value is too less, then the investor who is selling the shares feels he has been he has lost out on his value, because maybe he has offered his shares at a lower price than what actually is the price which is being commanded in the market. At the same time, if the price is too less than what has been the price which has been subscribed to by the shareholders, the investors would feel that they have paid more in terms of value for an asset which otherwise should have been valued at a lower price. So these are the challenges. There is no clear answer to your question, sir. I don't have any specific answer to your question, but that is the challenge, and that is what needs to be introspected by the valuers when we carry out the valuations. And I don't mean to say that there was any mistake in those valuations. The only thing is that the ultimate outcome is less or is far different than what was considered, and therefore that is the area where one needs to look into, maybe study over a period of time, and come out with better answers and better solutions in future. Finally, friends, I'm conscious of your time. What is also very important in the whole process is to determine the market. The market may not be the immediate market, but what is the most advantageous market for that particular item to be valued. Now, we have today, if you look at how the valuation process is carried out, and finally as how it is incorporated in the financial statements, we have a reporting standard which confirms the valuation with respect to the valuation principles being brought into the financial reporting standards. And this becomes a challenge. See, if you look at how the financial statements have also evolved over a period of time, there was a earlier times when the market values were being disclosed in the financial statements without making them the basis of measurement for the financial statements. And today we have the financial assets and liabilities sitting in the balance sheets being measured on the basis of market values, on the basis of the fair values. And all I can say as I conclude is that the standard which I am referring to is, as all of you would be well aware, IFRS 13, and which in our country is Ind AS 113, are both based on the best valuation principles which have been brought into the reporting standards. And to that extent, there is a convergence between how the fair values are determined by a valuer in terms of how the fair values would become the basis for measurement. And then the recognition, measurement, and finally disclosures. So we have those three levels of hierarchy. The level 1, which is information which is publicly available. And that gives the best available information with respect to a particular item to be valued. But if the information is publicly available, then there is no work for the valuer, because the valuation is always available publicly. But if it is a level 2 valuation, where it is basis a value which is determined in the public, and then public information which is available publicly, and that is used as a starting point to come to a derived value, and that is what we say level 2 valuations. And level 3 is where there is minimum public information which is available, and that is used for carrying out the valuations. So level 3 valuations is where our expertise becomes, or the expertise of the valuers becomes very important. That is where the opportunities lie for the valuers. And today, as the 30,000 listed companies go for valuations using Ind AS, there is phenomenal opportunities I see for the valuation professionals, and that is where also the challenge is to see that the valuation is done appropriately. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Manoj sir, for your valuable address. And with that, respecting time, we will conclude this session because, as Sir said, between lunch and us, we've got one more technical session. So a round of applause for both the moderator of the session, CA Durgesh Kumar Kabraji, thank you, and the speaker, CA Manoj Fadnis. Thank you very much. Thank you. So after the first technical session where we heard Dr. M.S. Sahu on the rise of regulatory oversight, and then the second technical session where we just heard CA Manoj Fadnis sir on the opportunities for valuation professionals, let's have some more food for thought and invite the distinguished speaker for the third technical session of the day. The topic is Convergence of International Valuation Standards and ICI Valuation Standards. Please welcome Mr. Nicholas Konialidis. I'd like to welcome on stage CA Pramod Jain sir as well. And may I request CA Pramod Jain, Central Council Member ICI and a Direct Tax Luminary, to welcome with flowers and a memento the distinguished speaker, Nicholas Konialidis, who is the Director Asia with the International Valuation Standards Council, that's the IVSC. Thank you very much. Over to the moderator of this technical session, CA Pramod Jain sir.
Thank you very much, Amit ji. Honorable Past President of ICI, Manoj Fadnis ji, my council colleagues sitting here, Chandu Singh Nanja ji, Gyanchand Mishra ji, Durgesh Kabra ji, Hansraj Chugh ji, then from the Institute, Saikal ji, Sarika ji, Rita ji, and of course the speaker for this session, Mr. Nicholas Konialidis, and all my friends here physically present as well as virtually present. If we talk about this session, could there be a convergence of the international valuation standards and ICI valuation standards? The talk about this is there. And if I talk about various international valuation standards are there. It is not that only internationally there is one valuation standards. IVSC is of course they're UK based, which is having standards. We've got RICS, we have got New Zealand, Botswana, so many valuation standards. So Nicholas sir, when you discuss, of course, so how about that? And then we have our Manoj Fadnis ji, just our past president, talked about the valuation which is done through the IFRS, the 3 stages to the financial statements. And if I talk about the valuation standards, ICI valuation standards out here, 2018, when it was made mandatory and published, we've got our preface, we've got our framework, that is the framework for the preparation of valuation report, and that is in accordance with the ICI valuation standards. And we've got 8 accounting standards, which is mandatory on the chartered accountants when they are doing a valuation under the Companies Act 2013. So whether you are because now under the Companies Act, if you see the valuation which is to be done under the Companies Act, that has to be done through a registered valuer, and they have to, when they are chartered accountants, they have to follow the ICI valuation standards. So looking into all that, and then international valuation standards. So so that standardization needs to be understood. And because globally now we are there, so none other than what we have today is Mr. Nicholas Konialidis, the Director Asia of the International Valuation Standards Council, IVSC UK, with having 3 decades of experience in the capital markets, corporate finance, and the valuations. Nicholas brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise that is perfectly suited to address this pivot topic, and he has a great and huge experience in the valuations, business valuations over the past 3 decades. So none other than Nicholas can guide us on this aspect. So over to you, Nicholas, straight away. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm going to try to keep this brief. And of course, first of all, I'm honored to be representing the IVSC at this gathering. And of course, I want to extend my thanks to the whole team of ICAI, RVO, who has given me such a warm welcome. And it's great to meet you, to see you all. I'm bumping into familiar faces and saying hello to people that I've met before, and it's always a great pleasure. So I'm going to speak very briefly about this convergence that we discussed. I really want to go back to what the Honorable Justice Sikri was saying earlier. We take it all for granted here that we have a profession, but in fact we should not forget that as valuers we have a very noble profession that has a small but important role in the allocation of resources and fostering growth, whatever the country, and ultimately globally. And this is clearly what's happening here in India. I come to India and I see the changes are palpable, they're visible, and we can see that this economy is changing, and with that also the expectation and the needs of economic actors, and therefore the needs around valuation services. And so valuations really do matter, and we do have an honorable profession. And I think it was great to hear the Honorable Justice remind us of that in this context. So what is the IVSC? The IVSC is a small organization. It is based in London, it's true. But I'm based in Singapore, where I've been for 14 years. And really what it does is that it writes and promotes standards at the very highest level, and encourages the adoption of these standards, these international principle-based standards, in various jurisdictions. We have about 200 members that are all institutions, regulators, RVOs of all sorts, and individual companies. We do not have individual members, persons. We leave that accreditation to the various RVOs. So our members are only institutions, corporations, and regulators. And what's the mission? So as I said, we develop these standards that are very brief, and these are principle-based standards, not technical standards. We encourage the adoption of these standards, and then we advance the professionalism of the valuation community, and we push for competence, for high ethics, for integrity. All of these things are very important for the profession and for the way our profession is seen by other stakeholders, be they investors, regulators, legislators, and so on. And so the standards are really the heart of what we do. The standards are about 135 pages. They're undergoing a revision right now, and they are written by very senior people. We have partners from the Big Four. We have former regulators. All of these people are volunteers of the IVSC. Quite a few are actually based in India, and they are on our boards. And they write these standards that are then diffused across the board. But the organization, I'm one of 6 employees, believe it or not. It's a very, very small but influential organization. And so how do the standards get implemented? And this was a conversation that we had briefly with Dr. Sahu earlier on. The valuation standards are principle-based, because we understand that the technical implementation has to correspond to the realities in every jurisdiction, in every situation. You were mentioning earlier on that by law you need to abide by certain standards, and we understand that. But there is room for the principles to be agreed upon. And that's in fact what we're seeing in a number of jurisdictions. There are countries where the valuation standards are in the law. So the Parliament says in the law that all the valuations have to be done in accordance with the international valuation standards. Now this is a bit of a stretch. I think in India this will probably never happen, for very good reasons, because these countries that have it in the law are generally young countries that they for whatever reason don't have the historical track record. This is clearly not the case in India, where I think next year we will be celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Constitution, which is of course quite a milestone. And by the way, the Indian Constitution is older than the Greek Constitution, where I come from, or the French Constitution, where I lived. So this is something to be very proud of. But anyway, that's why it's unlikely that the IVS will ever make it into law. But there are ways for the IVS to be referenced at a lower level, at a level of regulations. This is also happening in other countries. I'll just take one example in Indonesia, where the IVS are referenced in the regulation, and the valuations have to be done with some adjustments in accordance with the IVS. And finally, you have the issue of accreditation, where the IVS will never be involved in accrediting individual valuers, because that would mean having all sorts of, a whole infrastructure of examinations and disciplinary action, which frankly we will never get into, and which we leave to the local organizations. Now, the IVS, this is another important point I want to make. IVS are already present indirectly in India. They were referenced as a best practice in the ICAI RVO book from 2021. So, we're there. They're also relevant, and they're being used by big international firms. You mentioned RICS. RICS, the standards are included in the Red Book, and they change with us. In fact, the standards will be, the RICS Red Book will be updated at the same date as the IVS, and will incorporate the new version of the IVS. So whenever you see a valuation countersigned by RICS, it includes IVS. The big four are also including IVS into their valuations. And this is very important, because what is happening is that a lot of investors are very attracted to investment opportunities here in India, but they also have stakeholders back in the United States or Canada, and they need to make sure that, according to their statutes, they made valuations in accordance with what they need in the US or what they need in their jurisdiction, and that means probably with the international valuation standards of sorts. So you have people investing in India getting valuations that they then present to international investors. And by the way, a lot of the arbitration mediation is being done out of Singapore in various instances. Again, the valuations there are often done with international valuation standards. So in fact, the international valuation standards are already percolating into the Indian economy indirectly. And I'll also mention one other important development recently, is that the IVSC signed an agreement with IOSCO. IOSCO is the International Organization of Securities Regulators. And of course, SEBI has a seat on the board of IOSCO. And this means that the securities regulators are paying attention to what's happening with valuations. So it's a matter of time before, before these securities regulators start mandating valuations in accordance. I mean, this is probably a 10-year journey, just like IFRS took 10 years, more or less, to implement. But clearly, the securities regulators, international and domestic, are paying attention, and we're getting now calls from the securities regulators who want us to explain what this is all about. So I don't really need to go into so much detail. I would just say that effectively the structure of the international valuation standards is simple. You have general standards, and then you have the asset-specific standards. You have tangible assets, which represent more or less what you would which you would have as land and property, and plant and equipment, and then of course everything else is business valuation and financial assets. But essentially, it's the asset standards cover pretty much the same thing. I would also point out that the core principle valuations, have things that we can all get behind: ethics, competency, compliance, basis of value, date of value, assumptions and conditions. And I think that it's important also, and I say that in jest, that we should also disclose in our valuations that no spreadsheet was harmed in the making of the valuation, right? Okay, someone got the joke. All right. All right, so let's not torture the data, but you know what I mean, right? Okay, that was not true. That is not in the standards, but at least in spirit, and so on. So these core principle evaluations are there, and I also want to emphasize something else. We recognize, the IVS recognize that there are jurisdictions, there are circumstances where regulations will oblige certain things. For instance, some regulations will impose bases of value, which are not our basis of value. Some regulations, some places, some jurisdictions impose using two methods for valuation, or impose a certain method of valuation. These are what we call departures. If you explain them, you can still be compliant with the IVS, but also compliant with the local authorities. You just have to say, we had to depart and use, in this case, let's just say we had to use two valuations of, two methods, because we were mandated to do so. So there is no necessarily, no conflict between international and domestic valuation standards. There is a common ground here where the two can come together, notwithstanding the rich heritage from where the current standards come from here in India. So we admit these departures, and so and I don't want to go again into the details, but I would just encourage you all to have a look at these standards. They're available on the website. Please reach out to me. I'll send them by PDF if you want. We are now in the process of revising these standards for implementation. You can actually comment on these standards right now until the 28th of July. Please have a look at them and have a look at the proposed changes, which I think will try to include or try to reflect the changes in the in current practices and the requirements, and the fact that investors and other stakeholders are looking closely at valuations. So we've tried to adapt that. And so you can see where we are and where we are going, and you can actually comment on that. And I would really encourage you to give your perspective on these changes, because that's the way that we can get all of you on board, and we can get a real dialogue going between national authorities, not only in India, but generally speaking, national stakeholders, international stakeholders, and try to find this balance between the requirements of the local jurisdiction, in this case India, and really the changes and the constant flows of capital and the expectations from investors and from other stakeholders when they look at investments into India and use valuations of Indian assets in this case. So I would really encourage you to have a look at that, at the changes. It's pretty, I think you will find that very, very revealing. So as a conclusion, and I know that everyone wants to go for lunch, I'll just say, let's remember, valuations are important, and this is a noble profession. The IVS, the standards, protect the valuation professionals. They provide a framework to manage valuation risk. To be very clear, I understand that there are rules and you need to obey those rules here in whatever jurisdictions, but generally speaking, you can get some protections from international high-quality valuation standards. And of course, these are compatible with the requirements from local jurisdictions through the mechanism of departures and saying why you have done things slightly differently. I'd also say that the standards are changing. These forthcoming changes are important because they reflect the increased interest from regulators such as IOSCO and its members, investors, and other key stakeholders. So this is a crucial time here, and this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity for ICAI RVO to be part of this of this change and this tidal wave that's really coming and benefiting India, but also benefiting from the growth and the great trends we are seeing in India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nicholas Konialidis. And with that, we will conclude this technical session 3. A round of applause for the moderator, CA Pramod Jain, and the distinguished speaker, Mr. Nicholas. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm sure you'll have a lot of questions for each of the distinguished speakers, Mr. Nicholas, Dr. Sahu, and Manoj sir. I hope that over the lunch, you can ask those questions as well. So a lot of food for thought, and we just enjoy listening to the comments of all the speakers. But now, let's have some food for stomach. You've got the delicacies laid out. Join us for lunch, but please be back by 2:50 so that we can then start with technical session 4, which is the importance of valuation report in insolvency cases. We'll be joined virtually by Dr. Ms. Mukulita Vijayvargya on the other side of the luncheon break. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. Please take your seats. We are all set to resume after lunch. For those who have just joined us and missed out on the action since morning, let me quickly recap that at 11 a.m. this morning we started with the inaugural session of the 2 conference on valuation. This is a celebration and a learning exercise, as tomorrow, 15th of May, will mark the 5th anniversary of ICI RVO. After the inaugural, we had 3 technical sessions, and then we took for lunch. Please come back to your respective seats. We are now going to hop across to a very interesting panel discussion. May I request everyone, please take your seats so that we can respect time. We started on time and we're targeting that we finish everything by the scheduled time. We solicit your cooperation. Please take your seats. Five. बस 5 ही चाहिए. 5. Okay. So I'm inviting. Kindly take your seats. The stage is set for the panel discussion. Okay, let us start after lunch. So, welcome once again to the conference on valuation organized by ICI RVO, jointly with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and also Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. So, right after lunch, we've got the panel discussion on the topic valuation ecosystem, perspective of the RVOs. We're very thankful that we have the leadership and representative of different RVOs today. And may I invite on stage the moderator of this panel discussion first. Please welcome Shri Sunil Kumar Agarwal, Registered Valuer. Amongst round of applause, please welcome the panelist, CA Hansraj Chugh, Director, ICI RVO and Central Council Member, ICI. Please welcome Shri Vinay Goyal, Managing Director and CEO, IOV RVF. We'd like to welcome for this panel discussion CA Gyan Chandra Mishra ji, respected Central Council Member, ICI and an insolvency professional. Also, please welcome Engineer Valuer Kedar Chikori ji, Director PVAI Valuation Professional Organization. A very warm welcome to all the panelists and the moderator. So on the topic valuation ecosystem perspective of the RVO, let's begin. It's over to the moderator, but may I request Sunil ji first to welcome each of the panelists with flowers and a memento. So first and foremost, may I request Sunil ji to present a memento to Shri Vinay Goyal. Okay, so we've got a memento for Sunil ji and Vinay ji is doing the honors. That's the camaraderie between different RVOs, which is good. Can we now present the flower and memento to Vinay ji? We'd like to request Hansraj Chugh sir to please give flowers and memento to Engineer Valuer Kedar Chikori ji. Thank you, Sunil ji, for doing the honors. Sunil ji. Thank you. Thank you very much. So it's over to the moderator, Shri Sunil Kumar Agarwal ji.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is awake after this lunch session. And Sarika, thank you for inviting me on a Sunday. And usually I don't wear a shirt on a Sunday, so thank you very much for making that possible. But that's the power of ICI, and I'm very surprised to see the number of people in the room. I mean, when I entered the room, I thought that it's going to be pretty, relaxed affair, but then I see a lot of people. So that's very encouraging. So on that note, I kind of, have been a registered valuer with IOV for a while. The regulation obviously has come in place. There's some bit of, churning around. And we've come to a stage where we've completed 5 years. That is, ICI RVO has completed 5 years, which is absolutely brilliant. But there have been a lot of issues with, RVOs, how IBBI has coordinated. So yes, IBBI got this platform off ground. There are a number of RBOs. There's a whole ecosystem that is still pending for a valuer's bill, etc. So I would not like to sort of delve into the topic because we have distinguished panelists for doing it. But straight away, what I would want is that can we have a mic actually if people have to sort of speak from a mic, or they all have to come here on the stage? So if you can float one mic to everyone, or at least 2 mics, that will work. The question is that, RVOs, there are, so many RVOs, and every RVO has a perspective of what the value addition, or what is the objective, or what is the most important objective of that RVO from the perspective of the whole ecosystem. So ecosystem to me comprises of the government, which is obviously the most significant, constituent of the whole pack, valuers, and obviously RVOs, which have to also regulate. They also have to do research. They also have to make sure that there is enough interest in the profession, education, so that the youngsters can also come up. So while there could be a whole lot of other things, I would first come to Vinay ji, if you have a mic. What do you think and then this can go around to everyone. That what do you think is the most important objective of RVO in the perspective of the new valuation rules and how the ecosystem is emerging?
Thank you, Sarika ji and Sehgal Sahab for inviting me to this August gathering, which already Sunil ji has explained. This is my honor to be here amongst esteemed valuers and other chartered accountants from ICA. This is a very vital question to begin with, I think. My view regarding this is that the RVOs have to perform like a catalyst. At one end, there is a regulator or authority working, and we are the frontline regulators. So expectations are from that side, the government side, and at the other end, there are our members. There are esteemed valuers, registered valuers, whose expectations from us is of different kind. So RVO has to walk on a tight rope, balancing the two aspects or two expectations. One is from the authority side and the registered valuer side. And doing that, I think the RVO's perspective has to create a system where this profession becomes credible. It gets its due credibility, and the honor goes to this honorable or this noble profession, which was long due, I think. And thanks to Dr. Sau, who is left, but he came up with this during this IBBI, this company rules, and those rules for to regularize this profession were created. That was a beginning, and it has been 5 years, and I was perhaps a bit surprised because I didn't know that today's is foundation day of ICAI RVO, and congratulations for that. But add to this, this is the day when the first batch happened at IOV RVF 5 years ago. So this is matching. I don't know what is the significance, but this is matching. So the way we all RVOs are required to go ahead is to form some kind of a thought process and a basic aim where we should have these two expectations met at one place, what I explained. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinayji. We can request Mr. Hansraj to give his views, and then to Kedar, and then to Gyanji.
Thank you, Sunilji, my co-panelist and friends sitting off the dais. You see, like, there are the parameters by which our India works on. Like, we have legislators, those who makes the law, and something is being left out down the line to the regulators of the different departments. And then comes is the institution like RVOs, and then RVOs find a duty and the objective and the purpose for which they are being meant with. Some are older, like if we talk about valuation is not the new things which has been evolved in the business system or the regulatory system. It's a very old system. Even before independence also, valuation used to be there. And the valuation will continue to be there for the generation and generations. Naturally, as a registered valuer organization at the ICI, they are principally understand what is their duty. They follow the rules and the regulation framed out by the regulators, though we ourselves is a frontline regulator, but we have a subservient to some other regulation and under the different law. So having been understood with we all, like many RVOs, so we have to combine our efforts together. We have to put our best in the system, and principally we have to understand with consultative approach is the best approach by which we can bring the best in the ecosystem of the valuation in the public interest, in the interest of the business community also. And if we combine all those things, whatsoever is being required with, and naturally ultimately on a principally understanding with our objective and the purpose is one and the same, and by which we can optimally utilize or bring out the best of the capacity, like Vinayji has spoken with, like we are a catalyst in the system. But catalyst is not the only thing. We have to look beyond also. Catalyst only gives some kind of the speed to be developed with. The accuracy comes from the principle. If we understand a product, and product has to be created and crafted by some methodology, and naturally ultimately once product is being created, so then we have to now make use of it effectively, optimum utilization of it, that really add value to it. So we principally have to understand with, we at a ICI RVO is of the view with the support of the mother body ICI, we are creating that kind of system. We are today's fifth anniversary of this institution is being celebrated with not limiting to what has been done in the past, but the future approach also. How strongly we will be contributing to the economy of the country, how strongly we are being recognized by the masses, those who are the investors, their skin is being saved with, their financial has been taken care of, because ultimately whosoever is investing any business, and if he is not been given the best in the system, so who will be the loser? Loser will be not only the profession will be definitely getting some kind of the image will not be built in that manner, but the financial loss will be reaching to the investor community also. So that saving money lies with us, that saving our optimum value to be created with, like in the morning session, so many good things has come in, like on the valuation of some big corporate houses, even the public sector undertakings. So ultimately, who suffered? So we have to understand on a principle basis, whether it is the capacity building or competency of the professional around us, or more so moving towards with the best of the mind to be taken care of, connecting with the globe also. Because it is not a things, same way we have a valuation standard being brought in by the ICI, which has a purpose to be taken care of simultaneously. There has to be a standardization in the valuation system. It will not go like whosoever wants to, they apply their mind and they go with. They have to be guided with these standards also. So with those kind of objective, we at the ICI RVO, with a thought process, we have a responsibility, we have a duty towards the economy, we have a duty towards the nation, we have a duty towards the legislatures, we have a duty towards the general public, we have to build the capacity of each and every those who belongs to this profession. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hansraj ji. So I think 2 points very important. One, as Vinay ji said, catalyst. The other is catalyzation can only speeden up a reaction or the ecosystem, but there has to be a lot of capacity building that can contribute towards the betterment of the profession. Ravi, you've been running a profession. So is there a kind of a understanding, minimum understanding with which you work with among RBOs, or there is some, basic minimum, is there a basic minimum program between the RBOs, or every RBO is now try to do his stuff for 5 years and then you would now want to do something together? So your views on that?
Yeah, of course. I strongly believe that we are professional bodies and not political bodies. So there should be a good coordination committee. We do have a WhatsApp group of three each from each RVO. So already it was from day one, almost it is almost 4 years ago, we have formed a group. We do discuss few points. But of course, there should be more interactive, because as there are more expectation from Modi ji, same is the case with the RVOs. Why I am telling this? Because from the IBBI side as well as the RV side, they are day by day, the expectation is more. Like IBBI wants IVSC, the RVs want justice for each and everything. Like many are discussing about the inventories. Who should value the inventories? I strongly believe that first RVs should discuss about that. There should be a discussion paper on the inventory, who has to value the inventory part. Then it should go to the RVO, and then RVO should take up the matter to the IBBI. So there should be a crystal clear, rather than giving a arbitrary judgment. Of course, there may be some points, but still there should have been a discussion paper on our inventories, and then there should be a crystal line who has to value whom, what. So with these, of course, there are many n number of things which has to be coordinated, like valuers bill. We have to be very much, because in present draft, each and every from our land building and plant and machinery valuer feel that there should be the bill should come. But the present form is very dangerous. Because if we are taken 50,000 of fees and the liability is 3 times, it's not 3 times of the fees, it's 3 times of the actual mortgaged. So if the loan amount is say 2-3 crores, 3 times of that is 6 crores. That is wrong. Taking 50,000 and paying 6 crores means doctor, advocates, if he loses the case, or there is a judgment given by NCLT and then the NCLAT rejects that, say, do they punish the lower courts? No. Though each and every one was telling that this is a judgment, this is an opinion. Then for why the opinion has to be penalized? If there is a criminal background, of course we have got criminal CARP, the criminal courts, everybody will be punished. But सर पे तलवार लेके हम काम नहीं कर सकते.
Ravi, दिल के दर्द नजर आ जाते हैं. The whole thing is that, very early on in the session, I thought this will be a question that will be discussed somewhere in the middle, but right at the upfront. So, Gyanji, I want to come back to you. ये तो banks हैं, unfortunately,
One thing
please.
Wanted. Actually, we have normally we have monthly RBO IBBI meetings. The platform is there, and of course, out of that also we often meet outside the.
Why should it be an IBBI meeting?
No.
I think
that's what I'm telling.
It should be a meeting amongst yourselves.
Yes, we often.
And IBBI can be informed the decisions and the thought process, which is at least the common process.
Suniji, that's what I'm telling you, that this is happening. Only RVOs are meeting. We are having regular meetings amongst only RVOs.
That's very good. So I was not aware of it, but if that is happening, it is really
what
good.
You talked about the common minimum program. There we discuss the common minimum program, where all RVOs agree to each other's views or what is the basis, So
Okay.
that is going on. That's fine.
That's so. So Gyanji, my question आपसे है that banks often take how many RVOs, if you can just participate in that? There are 16 RVOs.
There are 16. One has merged with the IOV RVF.
Okay, so there are
it is
15
now
RVOs.
15.
Then one has been cancelled also.
No, not cancelled. Another one is going to be merged.
Okay, so I think the question is how many RVOs? There are 15 RVOs, and then and all of them take equal participation in that meeting. Okay. So Gyanji, question is that banks often, unfortunately for tangible asset valuers, banks are one of the main clients for us, and obviously they take decisions, sometimes very whimsical, sometimes detrimental, sometimes they take decisions because उनको पता ही नहीं है. मतलब there are a lot of cases where government tenders say कि साहब company is to be invited for quoting, but we want a 34 AB valuation. They don't know that companies don't have a 34 AB valuation. So in that situation, हमको सबको these things are happening in the industry. What do you think is the way where we can stop this kind of, or at least get to a better level that clients don't behave in that manner? If that's the right word. If there's a banker, sorry, but that's what I just wanted to ask.
So, thank you, Agrawal Sahab. Let me compliment and congratulate first to the board for taking such a wonderful initiative and organizing such a wonderful program in the interest of the various stakeholders. So friends, see, very precisely if we see, this is not only noble profession, this is very pious profession we are into. The duties we are discharging towards any stakeholder is certainly going to have the impact on the economy of the country. As a question raised by Agrawal ji. So I think there is no certain set of formula that could be applied with respect to the valuation techniques where such standards are not being predefined. But my feeling is that this is more or less the knowledge, the integrity, the thought process a valuer possesses to come out for the valuation of the various tangible and intangible assets which have been bestowed on him. So, Agrawal sahab, my feeling is this is depending on case to case basis. We can't say that this is the set formula in the given situation that could be taken as standards for the same.
Okay, so my question was more towards, efforts like mutual fund industry does a lot of spending on customer education. Yes. And similarly, should RVOs not, and I have seen some efforts, but not something that I'm aware of, that there should be an investor education like program for clients education. Because sometimes clients want to, say something. I'll come back to you, sir. Just give me 1 second. So, clients sometimes are not even aware. Sometimes, tender nikala cancel ho gaya. फिर tender nikala cancel ho gaya. This is, been observed that 4th, 5th time they are able to sort of come to a tender which they think is correct. And that education happens. So, what is being done if the effort is to educate these clients, whether banks or government institutions or private clients. Sometimes, client आके कहता है मुझे valuation चाहिए. क्या purpose है? बोले purpose क्या होता है? Valuation करके दे दो ना. The idea that he doesn't even like to sort of listen that there is a purpose of valuation, and he doesn't want to divulge the purpose. And then when you write in the report that sorry, this is only meant for this, he doesn't like it. So some investor education is what. So that is the view I just wanted.
So, see, as far as this valuation is concerned, well said by Hansraj ji that valuation has always been there in the system. But since the entire ecosystem is changing and need of the valuation to the various perspectives are there, and certainly the dissemination with respect to the knowledge dissemination with respect to the valuation and valuers, its importance, and how it is being done, and what could be the possibilities, and what could be the basis that to be sorted out for the valuation. That certainly needs to be disseminated within entire ecosystem of the country. And since if we see this in last 5 years, we can witness that valuation is gaining rapidly across the sectors. And if we see, I think the smallest place of the country, there also we can witness some valuers are there. Earlier also, if we see under Income Tax Act, there were certain provisions where the valuation were being done by the chartered accountants or the valuers. And I think that now, since this is very, precise, very settled set of regulation, what we are going to follow. So it would be better that we disseminate it within the entire ecosystem, and we try to get the people aware that what exactly the entire valuation ecosystem looks for, not only within but outer range also of the valuation.
So I think that is one. Do we take questions now, or we take questions at the end? Is how the, but I mean, happy to take questions. So, gentlemen, sir, on the other end of the conference.
Platform, you can say ICI RVO ka platform hai. I am also a practicing valuer doing this valuation since last 30 years. We have seen all the phase of the valuation.
So question jaldi se bataye.
मैं बताऊंगा जल्दी से बताता हूं sir. What is the mechanism why the company, corporator and the bank, everybody don't give a detail to carry out the valuation report? Till that time we are doing under the Income Tax Act, 34AB, there was no much was a problem. Nowadays, once we are under IBS standard and we are doing for the company valuation, for IBBCI and all these things, no company, small or big or limited, no corporator, they don't share the information detail with the valuer.
Okay. So that is one question, that people don't want to share information.
No, I'll tell you how to approach because valuer is
Fair
already
enough, fair
being
enough.
under control.
So question is
how
that
how to bring the somebody in the under the law who can definitely should not hide the facts or what he
sure,
has
sir, sure. Other gentlemen on this table, sir, if you can pass on the mic, please.
Thank you. My name is Vaibhav Jain. I'm a valuer registered with ICI RVO. Sir, I have one simple question. IBBI has created a beautiful forum. So many RVOs coming together, 5,000 valuers also coming together. Still, as a valuer, I have to run from pillar to post to get empanelment done in 20 banks, to get myself recognized for land and building in income tax. Why can't they just pick up IBBI list, send a consent form, who all want to consent to get empaneled, and there is an automated empanelment process, similar to what ICI does for bank audit empanelments or other empanelments.
Sure.
I think that is my small question.
Simple question.
And I think one more question which I have, because I think...
Another small question quickly.
Yes, sorry. Sir, there is some prosecution which is orders which are coming from IBBI, which is concerned the entire profession. Because as a valuer, even if all of us want to do our work very efficiently, ethically and professionally, there is not adequate technical guidance as to what all I do, and after that I will not be questioned for diligence or I have not done my work properly. What is the basic minimum disclosures in the report which we need to give? If there is a checklist, what is the basic minimum steps to be done?
Understood.
Thank you.
So I think 3 questions. We at this forum may not be answering those questions. I am personally a valuer, I could meet you guys offline. But I think the points that are being made, कि client हमें information नहीं देता है. There is a certain amount of, sword hanging, because even if I made all the disclosures, I'm not sure somebody can come to me. And then why this empanelment process is not automatic? I have one more question, in fact, to, to everyone, that sometimes you have these valuations and there could be competency levels at which one can assess valuers. But होता है कि firm का आपका turnover कितना है? Now, turnovers have a certain amount of relevance when I'm filling the form as a contractor. But a competence level, if somebody has a 30 years of experience, let's say a senior valuer, 30 years of experience or 25 years of experience, and can demonstrate that I have done similar projects, then why does these very, very tricky kind of things come up? But these happen in the... So, iska answer hum bhale na de at this point in time, because I think it will just delay the whole process. But Ravi ji, Kedar ji, बहुत छोटे से शब्दों में, if you want to answer back.
Yeah, of course, sir. Actually, this mistake or this was done by one of the authority only. The turner was, I think, 5 crores, and the IBBA was just 1 or 2 years old, and it requires a company register valuer which has got 5 years of or 10 years of experience. Means it was very much contradictory. Yeah. So these are very much weird. Of course, our role over here starts, rather than they coming to us, they floating a tender and then we should run away, run behind them. We should first set up for tendering. This is the format. You have to follow this. Like what this institution of architects, this MCA,
Correct.
Council of Architects,
Council of Architecture.
They have got a booklet which has been each means if there are any amendments, they do that, and they just circulate free of cost to all their members, and it has been circulated to the government authorities also. So they have to follow this.
So केदार जी, आपकी next meeting के अंदर विनय जी भी बैठे हैं, आप सब लोग हंसराज जी बैठे हैं. Next meeting के अंदर, do we expect some kind of guidelines as to when the clients have to invite tenders? Then they should have a certain minimum protocol within which they should invite tenders.
So that our members can directly show this is our...
Perfect. So fair point.
What actually, what exactly?
चाहे हमारा देखिए ना LIC का IPO आया, या हमारा पेटीएम का आया, वैल्यूएशन जो किया है, उसके ऊपर के लोगों का ट्रस्ट क्या रहा है वैल्यूएशन के ऊपर नहीं. हमारे को वैल्यूअर्स को क्या किस नज़र से दुनिया देखने लग गई है कि वी आर ओनली मेंट फॉर द देखिए ना इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट जो हमारे को पैसे देता है और जो उसने कहा हमने रिपोर्ट उसके अकॉर्डिंगली दे दी. या हमने बिल्कुल कुछ ना कुछ स्टैंडर्ड्स रखे हैं कि हम उससे नीचे नहीं जाएंगे, हमारे कुछ एथिक्स है. अगर प्रैक्टिकली बातें करेंगे तो ज़्यादा बेनिफिट रहेगा सर.
नहीं, fair enough. So I think, you know, LIC हो या जितने बड़े listed companies हैं, times immemorial, DLF का जब IPO आया, I won't like to name the companies here, but उस कंपनी ने वैल्यूएशन करा, उस समय 535 रुपए का शेयर, आज भी 535 रुपए शेयर नहीं है. So these things can happen because, as somebody said, disclosure नहीं देती है कंपनी जो है, रेटिंग सी कंपनीज के अंदर भी ये इश्यूज हैं, हमारे यहाँ नहीं है. These are all international issues that where rating companies are being paid by the client, then why should they get it? So anyway, I mean, my question is that these are issues which probably the role of RVOs and their perspective में उतना we can answer them offline. But just to answer the gentleman who would ask you why client is not sharing information, we are very clear about one thing, sir. If the client doesn't tell us the purpose, we don't do the valuation. Two, if he doesn't give us the information as much as we require, then we tell him very clearly that we are not going to, you know, give a report which we will stand by because they will have qualifiers. So, clients अगर ऐसे smart हैं या smartness दिखाते हैं, तो as valuers we have to cajole them. But if they don't, then give a valuation report which is a qualified report. That's all. That's the only solution. नहीं सर, ऐसा नहीं है. ये I don't agree. आप जो है, you can kick back the. I have left 10 jobs because the clients did not tell me the purpose. I have not done valuations when they have not given me the information within time. I am sorry. There are a lot of cases where we have been blacklisted also. Not blacklisted, but work has not come to us. But we've said sorry. That's what it is. Anyway, चलो ये बात दूर तक जाएगी. Yes, but if you want to answer.
Actually, these are different opinions again, like a valuation report. It's an opinion. So anyone who has a different kind of experience than say you have an experience, he may have some other experience. But definitely there are few very pertinent questions Mr. Weber has asked.
No, sir, I don't agree. There was a market when people were valuing, you know, businesses at an astronomical value, you know, and इसमें जो बड़े-बड़े funds थे. Yes, please. Sure, please.
You are talking about the pricing or the valuation? Value.
Two different things.
Price and value. These are two different things. And price is what you are saying, that it is fixed. But value is an opinion. At the given instances, given circumstances, we have noticed every report may be right. Let's say it is equivalent. But the value is different. Of course, there should not be a huge difference. You are absolutely right. There should not be such a difference that where anyone can be suspicious that what is it, which one is right or which one is wrong. So 2-3 things actually came up, like I think Weber, you asked. One thing is regarding the empanelment process. You see, banking sector, they have not joined the IBBI. They have not adopted this act, if you say. So until and unless this act, actually this is not an act. These are the rules. So Valuers Act has to happen. Rules are governed by Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India is an authority to implement only. They even can't change the rules, or they cannot regulate the rules. So, and we are the frontline regulators, we have to abide by that. More often, we have been asked by bankers or even different institutions, they send us communication, please send us the list of valuers or whatever. So we always refer to them our website where we have the list of compliant valuers. So that is how things are going on. And of course, if we see the empaneled valuers list, there are they are from registered valuers organizations as well as the other organizations. But right now, what you said, this is a common difficulty that one has to ask. But of course, if I am a professional, I have to ask for my work. So I have to ask somebody, that bank, I have to represent myself that I am a valuer. I have to, please give me empanelment or give me work.
I think that question, I think the committee has promised, all of them in the committee.
And we have been
that they
again
will
and again
circulate a
writing to
booklet.
them that this is IBBI registered valuers are regulated valuers. This is our one simple line. They are regulated, they are monitored. The grievance redressal mechanism is there, disciplinary action mechanism is there. But of course, what about this? You raised another thing regarding those orders now being passed. This is a direct inspection done by IBBI. They are authorized to do that. But of course, we are thinking of representing also. I would request Kedarji and ICIRV also that we represent them, that we have an established mechanism in our RVOs, whereas we go for monitoring, we go for a grievance redressal, and we go for disciplinary action. So any such inspection, they are free to do it. But those inspections, the reports or preliminary reports can be shared with the RVOs so that they can give also their opinion regarding the same. So this is one area where people are valuers are are feeling threatened. Yes. If I am not wrong, Kedar.
Ismail, I think there are 2 points, Vinayji. One is that there is a certain amount of direct inspection that the regulator expects.
That's what I am talking about.
That itself is something that I will contest. I will say, if you have an inspection mechanism, you've already given us reports that we review regularly and give you the feedback. और वो feedback बड़ा हमारा certainly अच्छा feedback है, that if values are not following a certain standard, we've been very transparent telling that yes, we are. So this direct inspection itself, unless there's a serious cause to do it, they should actually say, okay, आप direct inspection करिए, ये मुझे data दीजिए. That may be a better mechanism. Going directly to somebody and then trying to, मतलब वो ऐसा आता है जैसे इनकम टैक्स नोटिस आ गया जी, ये आ गया इनकम टैक्स नोटिस. वो प्यून आता है कहता है जी मैं इनकम टैक्स ऐसे निकाल के देता. So the point is, it should not become like this.
We have to understand, as per rules, they are authorized to do that. That is fine, but you are also right in a way, and we have been doing like this. We were receiving grievances against valuers, and from IBBA also we used to receive, and we put them through the entire process of grievance redressal and all those.
Okay.
But again, this matter, when it is coming up, it's creating some sort of panic amongst the valuers. We are receiving some informations regarding that. So maybe we all RVOs sit together and do think about representing to IBBA that let.
Okay, now shifting this tone to another. Sir, ये valuation पे discussion नहीं है, तो आप question पूछिए, because all of these questions are related to valuations. And high value, low value, all of this, we can keep answering these questions. So if the answer is for RVOs and for the betterment of the ecosystem, please go ahead, sir.
So sir, RVOs with regarding, sir, I am having a one question. Agar sir,
no, I don't think so. This is very courteous of you. Man is already talking. So आप खत्म करने दीजिए then.
So I think I don't know whether I'll be able to limit myself to what you wanted me to limit myself. But this is continuing from the conversation that Mr. Gupta had. And I think there was a remark which came up in Mr. Manoj's presentation where we were discussing high valuations for the listed IPOs which flopped later on. Now, again, the point is whether we're talking value or we're talking price. What we give is a value and we don't determine the price. Secondly, all those IPOs which came up were a reflection of what was, in a way, the greed of the guys who wanted to offload their holding. So that is again something where.
So this is not concerning the panel discussion. Sorry.
No,
greed of the investor भी कह सकते हैं ना.
No, I'm just, you see, what I'm looking for in the registered valuer organization to promote is that there has to be some kind of regulatory mechanism whereby valuers are not unnecessarily penalized for an IPO which is priced too high. That's all.
Fair enough. So point is that there is a coordination committee. And there could be agenda items for this coordination committee, and we've got quite a few. At the end of the day, those can be jotted down and then can be given to the RVOs. Shifting on a different note, We'll come back to you, sir. Sorry, there is a technology which is all permissive now. So I just wanted to also, sort of touch this topic of, IT technology, AI, ML, what's hitting us. Now, there are a lot of these softwares which are in the market. They say, we will give you a valuation. Somebody is talking automated valuation. Somebody is doing the process, and so long, so forth. We are a regulated profession, As a valuer, we are regulated. We are highly regulated. If something goes wrong, that guy is the one who messed up. That's the kind of feeling that people have. So ये जो softwares हैं जो market में आ रहे हैं लोग market कर रहे हैं, should there be some kind of a regulation that these are softwares which are genuine, they have the data intent is right, we are dealing with the economy of the country. So ये free floating जो softwares market में घूम रहे हैं, what is your take on this? Should they not have some kind of a validation from at least a committee of RVOs, or somebody has to validate कि आप जो कर रहे हो उसका intent ठीक है, आपका mechanism ठीक है, आप उसके data से तो havoc play नहीं कर रहे हो. There's a lot of suspicion among valuers that these valuation companies that are coming with all these softwares, ये हो सकता है कुछ level पे ठीक हो सकता है industry की demand हो, but what's your take as an RVO? So if you can just sort of tell us, Hansraj ji, aap, and then maybe I can go, that's it.
You see, like technology has its role to play for the effectiveness, or rather for to increase the speed, and somehow on the accuracy side also to a limited extent. Like if we talk about the arithmetical accuracy and the accuracy which we talk about, but applicability or finding out the base on which, like if we talk about, so many questions has come in on the pricing and the value, both are different. And whosoever engage you, he is the person different, but whosoever is using that valuation, who is different. The valuer who wants us to value with, he can be only one as far as the user of the valuation, but many others are there which are not known to even us also, because it goes and it flows to the market. The same way this, if we talk about the technology or the artificial intelligence or the blockchain mechanism or the software, so these are having been understood with, these definitely make us an impact to speed the process or to increase the efficiency or to find out some ways and means which are not been required to be done by a applicability of the mind. It can be done by the process. So, but regulation is concerned, naturally, if we talk about the source is there which has been established or which has been brought in, like in the case of the insolvency professional also, if data is been captured by the NSEL, so that means it is an authenticated data. Same way, there is a need, there can be a need to be felt with, if these are being duly taken care of, duly been verified by some kind of authority, so then it will be some kind of the beneficial or some kind of the having been some weightage to do that.
In fact, आप कह रहे हो कि उसका कुछ regulation तो होना चाहिए, because that is some today that is absent. I mean, RVOs are there as regulators. आज वो absent है, आज कोई भी market करके कुछ भी कर रहा है market में.
तो उसमें कोई system होना चाहिए.
So that's Ravi. Oh, sorry, I don't know why Ravi Kedar. And then
it's as simple as that. As non-registered valuer are not allowed to do the valuation, same way software can be facilitated. They cannot do valuation.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. It should be conveyed to the NBFC. I think more the private banks, NBFC does this. They see to it that there should be, the valuer should have a software so that the cost should be reduced. It's foolishness. It's a penny wise pound foolish.
That education also needs to be given?
Yes.
Okay. Vinayji, any comment on yours? Because we have just 2 minutes is what the moderator.
What he says is absolutely correct, that actually the software should not be able to replace the valuer. Simple. Am I right?
Okay,
and
very good.
That
I think
that
there
we'll have to take care.
Sure.
That is our, of course, we are duty bound to do this.
Okay, so if
that is all.
If the organizers permit, there is one gentleman who raised a hand. That will be the last question of the day, if Sarika permits. Otherwise, I'm fine. So, आप अपना question पढ़िए, उसका जवाब देखें, and then we'll conclude.
सर आई एम फ्रॉम द टायर 2 सिटी सूरत. सर मेरा तो एक सिंपल क्वेश्चन है, ना प्राइस पे ना वैल्यू पे है. सर हमारी फीस कैसे प्रोटेक्ट रखी जाए? बिकॉज इनकम टैक्स में रिवर्स कैलकुलेशन होके प्रॉफिट सेट किया जाता है. वैल्यूअर्स को अगर मैंडेट लेटर एक साइन किया है और वैल्यू अगर उसको उसके हिसाब से नहीं मिली तो हमको फीस नहीं आती है. अब हमको नहीं फीस मिली तो ये दूसरों को कैसे पता लगे कि एनओसी लिया जाए? सर बड़ा सिंपल क्वेश्चन है, सारे आरवीओ के मेंबर्स बैठे. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you. Anybody attempting to that?
Thank you that IBBI persons have just arrived. Of course, like IP has a minimum fee structure. Valuer की तो fee structure 1947 या 56 से है. That fee structure should be continued and there should be a minimum fee structure. There should not be any negotiations because we are valuing crores of assets. For that few lakhs is nothing.
So that's but in reality, I think the gentleman wanted to ask that people do negotiate fees which are far lower.
Sorry, my question is.
Yeah. आप उसके अंदर एक छोटा सा फॉर्मूला अप्लाई करिए कि जैसे क्लाइंट ऐसे दिखे ना उसे को 100% फीस पहले दे दो. We've started doing it, and seriously, there are large corporations. We've refused. We said, "Sari fees doge, we don't trust you." Simple. So that's your assessment. But anyway, Binaji, anything?
I would say that concept of minimum fees has come to insolvency professionals. So same way we had been requesting IBBI. Amiji knows very well. He is there, and
Okay.
he is also there.
So I think
we have already represented that there should be some minimum fees for the registered valuers on the lines of insolvency professionals. But the question again comes from that they are not the regulatory authority in valuers. I think I'm right in that way. So they cannot really regulate on the fees part.
They can give a guideline.
That is
The guideline. No, I think there should be a guideline to that.
In the case of IPs, they are the regulatory authority. No, in the case of IPs, they are regulatory authority.
Okay.
In the valuer's case, they have to take the permission of MCA in regards to that. So that is where the gap is. That is as per rules, sir. If you see the rules, that is absolutely
I think we cannot dispute the process and the mechanism. I think Vinayji is only
Mechanism is there.
Address a mechanism.
We cannot
but
question
yes,
that.
There's no doing back that there should be a guideline for so many things. So thank you everyone. I think it's been a fantastic panel. Before we leave, I just have to say one thing. कि यहाँ पे जो है आरवीओस का रोल जो है, चाहे वो कैटलिस्ट हो, चाहे वो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग हो, उससे ज़्यादा जो मुझे नज़र आ रहा है वो ये है कि there are lot of these issues of the valuers which I think as RVOs they have to take up in this coordination meeting and then represent to IBB. I think that's one. So we have miles to go, as Robert Frost said it, that woods are lovely, dark and deep, miles to go before you guys sleep. So I think that's what the message is.
They are only
Thank you so
5-6
much.
years young, this regulatory bodies.
Yeah. So you have miles, you've maybe 100 years more to go.
And again,
thank you so much.
Congratulations to ICAI RVO. Thank you, Sarika. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunil ji. We were aware that time flies, but time flies after lunch as well. Thank you very much. This was a very fast-paced panel discussion, and thank you everyone for asking questions. My apologies, we could not take more questions, but you can certainly get in touch with the panelists of the dais. Thank you everyone. A big round of applause to the entire panel. Thank you. We have another panel discussion coming up in just a bit, but before that, virtually we are being joined by Dr. Mukulita Vishwavargya. Dr. Mukulita, can you hear my voice? Dr. Mukulita is the former whole-time member with the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. And once she joins us virtually, we'll be very keen to hear her thoughts on the importance of valuation report in insolvency cases. Dr. Mukulita, can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can.
Okay, we can hear you as well. So a warm welcome to the conference on valuation. And ma'am, it's all yours. We'd like to hear your views on the topic, the importance of valuation report in insolvency cases, the policy and operational perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. I thank ICAI the organization for organizing this big foundation day and has provided us an opportunity to share our views. Honorable Justice Sikri, Justice Desi, Dr. M. Sahuji, our full-time member Jayanti Prasad-ji, Rakesh Saigal-ji, Sachuk Hansrachuk-ji, President and Vice President, past President of ICAI, members of ICAI, RVO, and representatives of RVO entities, donor participants, भाइयों बहनों, आप सबको मेरा हार्दिक नमस्कार. On this Foundation Day, we get an opportunity for knowledge gaining, knowledge sharing, as well as to introspect our shortcomings so that we can come up with a good solution for achieving excellence. After the enactment of Insolvency Bankruptcy Code, no doubt, we got 2 more professionals so that we may evaluate ourselves, we may evaluate assets on the basis of certain specific standards to bring in certainty, and special certainty in this globalized world, and also matching with the global standards also. Valuation professionals, I think everybody knows that Indians value everything. We value scrap, we value everything. We are expert in that. But I think we are too late in recognizing valuers as a profession. We are too late. Anyway, in October 2017, companies registered valuers and valuation rules were notified in the Gazette of India. And valuers eligibility qualifications, the way we have, we should not be insolvent, it should not be, not unsound mind, not convicted. There are many disqualifications. Actually, who is eligible to be registered valuer? But it is a matter of regret that these registered valuers professionals registered with the IBBI, they are professionals and they can be disciplined, they can be punished, but without any provision of a statute. We have rules. As per other professionals regulatory system, there is an enactment. But in our case, there is no enactment of the parliament. All executive. And I think this is the sorry state of affairs, that why even after 5 years, we are not able to have a statute, so that I think it is going against the basic fundamental principles. When we punish any professional, no doubt it requires statutory provisions. Anyway, I will not discuss upon this because just highlighted that we are in, government should enact enactment, should I think come out with enactment to regulate valuation professionals. A regulatory body like Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, and certainly it has done a hard work and monitored professionals, but still we require a separate entity for that purpose. After the notification of the rules by the Government of India, Corporate Affairs, certainly the valuation professionals got recognized, but not by the banks, not by other authorities, not by other regulators also, which needs to be, because simply corporate or any entity going under liquidation or any entity going for resolution, that is not the case. Unless from the very beginning we engage registered professionals, then certainly we can have a very good idea that registered professionals at the time of at the time then the project was implemented, this was the report or this was his opinion, and now this is this state of affairs. How can we compare? Can't compare them. That time valuation was given for 8 lakhs and now the valuation is given for only 80,000. So I think from the very beginning, all the companies registered, they should have a yearly valuation report. So what is report? When I say report, what is report? Report is by registered values. Fine. Their report is credible because they are registered with the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board. and they have, they have to meet certain qualifications, pass examination, and other criteria. Maybe they have violated a code of conduct also. So here the report is valid for consideration, and it is admissible as a piece of evidence also. After the report, doesn't require further evidence. It is accepted as evidence also. To be considered by the resolution professional, to be considered by the committee of creditors, to be considered by the applicants who are submitting the resolution plan. So these reports are very, very useful, because without that, no applicant can make a judgment whether I should buy this or not. I should buy this enterprise, or I should buy this factory, or this industry, or any company. So report is so important. The way a diagnostic report is important for a doctor to decide whether he has to operate a patient or not. Similarly, this report is important. But valuation without values. What is valuation? If you don't follow values means you have to be independent, you have to disclose your interest. You have to see that it is quite independent, that one can make a good judgment and nobody will challenge it. So valuation report without values. What we are seeing at present is that valuation report, I think people focus least on the values, and they just go by superficially. Superficial means maybe there are many technologies, many procedures, many methodologies for three kinds of assets, no doubt. But I think for all the class of assets, values are very important. For a professional also, not for preparing report, even for a professional, जो प्रोफेशनल वैल्यूज को फॉलो करता है, आई थिंक उसका नाम रहता है. चाहे आप जैसे मैं जानती थी सोलिप सराजी को, या और भी ऐसे वकीलों को जानती, बिकॉज माय बैकग्राउंड इज फ्रॉम लॉ. Certainly, they have certain values. Judges believe them. Even in the bar, they have command respect. Why? Because they act upon certain values. Similarly, I think valuation professional needs to make a mark. They have to gain the command and confidence of the investors, but maybe of the applicants, everybody. If they don't follow the code of conduct is not simply what is written in the rules. Code of conduct is what your conscience advises you, whether it is right or wrong. That is a code of conduct. It has to be supplemented by that. Just merely because you don't fall within this code of conduct, you can do anything, no. Because after that report, the second report or the third report, if it is, you engage a third valuer, and if he criticizes or if he points out your mistakes, then your name in the market, what is your fame and name in the market then? Nothing. So valuation report is to be prepared as per the, I think there are certain points stated in the rules also, what it should contain. And especially it should contain, I think, it should contain that compliance of the rules also, and certain factors which are to be considered by the expert. Further, there are obligations that for the he has to comply with the valuation standards, international valuation standards, and the certain procedures. And he has to own the liability. Professional means the person who owns a liability. He doesn't have any right, but he has number of obligations, number of duties. And a professional role in this era, I think, is most significant, because you are contributing towards building a new Naya Bharat. अब नए भारत को निर्माण कर रहे हैं. And it is the era of the professionals only, because we have not tangible assets, we have intangible assets, we have number of other kinds of assets also, which are not visible, but you have to evaluate, maybe data evaluation also, financial assets evaluation also. So certainly in this era, when you have kinds of intangible assets, I think responsibility or the challenges. And when you give a report, and now when the foreign lawyers have come here, similarly our profession may be going there also to practice as insolvency professionals after the cross-border comes in. Certainly your role, which is very important, a very fundamental basic role. When we install a project, then also valuation is important. And when we resolve an entity which is undergoing certain difficulties, that time also valuation role is very, very important. Without valuation, the process cannot go a single step ahead. It can't go. So all the professionals need to understand, without my good report, fair report, independent report, this process I cannot have any success. So to make the successful this resolution resolution process, certainly the report is very, very important. I think important than the professional, important than the other processes also coming in between. But various professionals, they have been disciplined by the insolvency board, insolvent bankruptcy board. I'm little bit surprised when a resolution professional commits certain mistake, just many processes to attain. Many processes to attain. Maybe some there may be some lapse. Many processes there may be a lapse, or maybe time going beyond 180 days. But when the valuation professional has, and we have a process that asset valuation by asset valuer professional, land valuation by land value professional, when we have that kind of specialization in this age. So you have a limited task that you have to give on assets, you have to give on land and building, you have to give on financials. So and then three kinds of value professionals are appointed. Then in such a case, our specialty, our focus, why there is a lapse. You have to focus on that only. Why there is a lapse. Why we go for other considerations to make it defective. And professionals, I think, initially when they are registered, they should work with the senior professionals so that they learn how the report is prepared and what report should contain, though there is a format provided, but still, because valuation is of number of articles, indefinite variety of articles. So same thing cannot apply. Methodology can apply, but what it should contain, that because you are a professional, naturally then you have to think and you have to judge and you have to assess and presume what needs to be given here. Needs to be given, and you should cite reasons that why did you arrive at this conclusion, and that reason which cannot be challenged. If the report contains good reasons, valid reasons, certainly your report will be credible, it will be relied upon, nobody will challenge. So here comes the values, because if you have arrived at a conclusion, incorporating the values, certainly you will earn name and fame. And again, my appeal to the organizations, appeal even to the board also, because they are professionals, they should have a separate statute, and they cannot be punished through rules at all. I was in the board, I had certain limitations to speak, but now I am out of the board, and I state everybody that valuation enactment should come as early as possible, because whenever a person is punished, he should be punished only when the parliament intends to punish, when the parliament incorporates a provision to punish. Rules can have punishment provisions similar, same as that of the enactment, not similar, same as the enactment, but not on its own. These rules are under the Companies Act, fine. But if a separate statute is enacted, I think our valuation professionals will get more strength, more moral boost. I think they will get a regulator which can attend their grievances fairly, and they will have their status, I think, maybe on a higher pedestal like other professionals. So with these words, in case of Mahabharata also, when Lord Krishna spoke about Gita, that Gita was written, that's why we are reading. So in case of report also, whatever is described, whatever is spoken, that assessment is drawn into writing so that later others can review it or they can have a look at it, what has been considered, what has not been considered, what has been left out. So report naturally should be an authentic document which can be a source of primary learning, primary research for other professionals. So with these words, I appeal that the coming years are not, I appeal for the enactment, and I hope in the coming years we will have a valuation enactment so that all the valuers would have a separate regulator and they will be punished as per the provisions. If they commit something wrong, they will be punished. However, they need to be disciplined, not punished, but need to be disciplined only. A person may commit mistake first time, but not every time. And if it is not intentional mistake, certainly those are to be, he has to be given a chance. These words, I thank every participant present here and who have joined. I thank everybody. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Applause for the moderator, Pramod ji, Praveen ji, and all other panelists as they join us on the dais. Please come, Mr. Amit Pradhan. Thank you. Santosh Kumar Shukla ji. Thank you very much, Deepak ji. It's over to the moderator for this panel discussion, CA Pramod Jain. But first, I'd like to request Pramod sir to welcome our distinguished panelist with flower and a memento. So, CA Pramod ji first welcomes Shri Praveen Kumar, respected DG and CEO, IICA. So that's a artwork done with hand from Bastar, Chhattisgarh. May I request Pramod sir to welcome Santosh Kumar Shukla ji. Santosh ji is the Executive Director with the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. A very warm welcome. This memento for you, sir, as a token of gratitude from ICI RVO. Pramod sir is requested to welcome Shri Amit Pradhan, Adjudication Officer with the SEBI. Can we have a huge round of applause as Pramod sir presents the memento to Amit Pradhan ji. And finally, floral welcome to Shri Deepak Rao, former General Manager, Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, and Director, Ministry of Power, Government of India. We'd like to welcome you with this flower bud and a token of gratitude, a memento, which is an invaluable artwork of incredible India. Thank you very much, everyone. It's over to the moderator of the session, CA Pramod Jain, sir.
Thank you very much, Amit ji. And I'll request the office to please inform the delegates, some of them who are outside, to please join, because we are going to have the most powerful and concluding session for the day. And I welcome the high dignitaries, all the 4 dignitaries out on the session. To start with, Shri Praveen Kumarji, the Director General and the CEO of the IICA. He, with his exceptional academic background, holding the BTech, MTech degrees from the IIT Kanpur and also MPhil in Social Science from the Punjab University. He's a consummate scholar and a beacon of knowledge, having served in key positions in both central and state government, and contributions to diverse departments such as finance, elections, industries, education, corporate affairs, and new and renewable energies are really commendable. His exceptional leadership has been recognized with the prestigious PM's Award for the Excellence in Public Administration, a testament to his invaluable role in propelling the Virudhunagar district to the pinnacle among all aspirational districts. Also, we have another panelist today, Shri Santosh Kumar Shuklaji, the Executive Director of the illustrious IBBI. With an extensive career at the SEBI, Shuklaji has demonstrated exceptional prowess in various departments, including legal affairs, enforcement, inquiries, and education. His invaluable contributions have earned him the utmost respect and admiration with the securities market regulatory realm. His profound insights and comprehensive understanding of the intricate regulatory landscape will undoubtedly enrich our understanding of the interplay between the valuation and the evolving regulatory landscape. Also, we are deeply honored to have Shri Amit Pradhanji, the quasi-judicial authority at the highly regarded SEBI and the former executive director of the IBBI. With a rich and illustrious career in his field, Mr. Pradhan has been indelible contribution, including his pivotal role as a member of the Bankruptcy Law Reforms Committee, conceptualizing the groundbreaking IBC Code 2016. His expertise honed to diverse roles and responsibilities, including Regional Director of the Northern Region Office of SEBI and Advisor in the Competition Commission of India, further amplifies his profound insights on the regulatory framework surrounding the valuation. The last member in the panel team is, of course, the erudite Shri Deepak Raoji, a distinguished member of the prestigious Indian Economic Service, currently serving as the Director Transmission in the Ministry of Power. His stellar career spanning 15 years in the various ministries and positions, including the Joint Development Commissioner in the Ministry of Micro and Small Medium Enterprises and Deputy Director Ministry of Commerce and Ministry of Finance. Mr. Rao brings a wealth of experience and expertise to our discussion. His recent tenure as General Manager in the IBBI, specifically focusing on the valuation research, which is this perspective on our topic today. The topic today which will be discussed is, of course, if I talk about, we are all aware that very recently the valuation profession was not institutionalized in India. Through the state-sponsored or very other regulations in India. Services were delivered very largely based upon subjective opinions and not on the universal standard or established frameworks. The need for the accurate valuations gained with the advent of the IBC in 2016 gained further impetus in the background of IBC, wherein companies worth thousands of billions were put for the liquidation or resolution which required trustworthy valuations for the successful resolutions. And we had at that time already Section 247 under the Companies Act 2013, which provided for the provisions of the registered valuers. And thereafter, feeling the need of registered valuers to be notified, the company's registered valuers and valuation rules 2017 was announced and published. So yes, the changing landscape of the valuation ecosystem after introduction of the valuation rules in India. So what are the views of, I would say, all the 4 panelists out here are the regulators, I would say. All having a link with the valuation rules, the IBBI, the SEBI, and all those. So I'll request our panelists, starting with Praveen ji, to share his very initial views on this changing landscape for the valuation in India. You have that.
So, I've been asked to lead the discussion, which is more challenging and advantage भी होता है कि जो बोलना है पहले बोल दो बाकी लोगों को फिर बोलने नहीं मिलता. So anyway, the issue of valuation has been taking place historically in times, but it's only after 1991 where the free market economy started operating in the country. The need for having a more, with the liberalization, etc., the need for having a more regulated market was required because, as you know, a free market may lead to distortions and even regulations. So in the 90s, a lot of regulators came in, from IRDA to others like power sector regulators, real estate regulators all came in, IBBI included. Now, professions as such, what I will call they are the inherent component of the regulatory system. They are important institutions in the regulatory system, be it chartered accountants, cost accountants, or as we are discussing today, the valuers. They often discharge the second order state functions in public interest and so act as extended arms of the regulators. So the importance of this profession of valuation context, because we cannot imagine any transaction where valuation is not involved, be it banking, insurance, securities, taxation, mergers, insolvency, disinvestment, investment, you name it, valuation is important. So, since it is so important and it is likely to grow much more, it is important that we build a strong and efficient valuation system in the country. As I said, valuation has a long history but has largely been an unregulated area. The practice of valuation of assets and liabilities have never been based on any structured and uniform plan. What I say that a holistic institutional framework for valuation profession was missing. As Mr. Pramod pointed out, it's only after the valuation rules came in 2017 that we had some kind of a modus of a structure where the things which were mentioned like standards of valuation, the regulation of the profession, development of the profession, they were mentioned in that. Not that earlier also attempts were made to bring valuation under comprehensive legislation. I myself remembered when I was in corporate affairs in 2005 to 7, I had personally drafted the Institute of Valuers Bill. But somehow it didn't come in. I don't know what happened. I left the ministry in 2007. After that, it never saw. Finally, through the Companies Act, we had this company register valuation and registered valuers and valuation rules came in. I will say this is a good start for creating a credible base of valuers. At least now, we can say the registered valuers are bound by valuation rules and code of conduct. They are answerable for their actions and misconduct. But unfortunately, this is limited to only the Companies Act and the IBC. There are a lot of other places where valuation is involved, be it FEMA, SURFACI Act, income tax, banking regulation, where valuations are required, but they are not bound by the regulatory framework. And so, technically, the valuers are not accountable for any misconduct there. There is no standards how they can do there are standards, but there is no framework to which they are accountable. But I will say that this valuation regulation, valuers and valuation rules, which came in 2017, has laid a foundation. And I expect that this will lead to an overarching regulation in coming times, where all valuers will be included into a common valuation regulation framework. Especially if you see the FSDC meeting which held in September 2022, they have stressed the need for utilization of services of registered valuers by all government departments. So I expect, if not this year or next year, within 2-3, even the draft valuers bill prepared by the committee of experts constituted by the government has recommended almost 15 various acts which on the valuation under those acts to be brought under the same framework of of the bill, which is in lines with this rules which were framed in 2017. Other issue which is perhaps missing is just having an uniform standards of valuation. I know ICI has issued a standard, but it's an ICI standard. It's not a statutory standard. And even the regulations, as mentioned, in absence of standards, A, B, C, three options have been given. But till these standards come out, most of the valuers follow either the international valuation standards or the RICS, the UK RICS Red Book. But since they are not statutory, there may be variations in valuation. There are different ways how people interpret it and present the valuation. So we need a consistent, uniform and transparent valuation policies so that all practices are harmonized and they are matching the international opinion, because valuation with this interconnected world economy, it's very important that the valuation done here are recognized by the international business practitioners also. And because of this international linkage, etc., there is a need for improving the standards of valuation and valuers. I am the only non-regulator here, sir. You said all regulators. I am more in a capacity building institution, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. And under valuation, we have started a very, very preeminent, we call it a flagship program of valuation of 1 year. And it has, even though being a high-cost program and not having any regulatory advantage, that you don't get any advantage by having it. A lot of around 100 people subscribe for it every year, and 250 people have been trained, and including 93 registered valuers. They have been trained under this, and it's a high demand. So IIC also will keep on contributing. Rather, we have sent our comments on the valuers bill also, how to improve it. With that, I'll close now. I think with the further questions, I'll be working on that.
Thank you very much, Praveenji. Before I request Shuklaji to give his initial views, just one point. When we talk about various regulators, we talk about, okay, our government says make in India. And when we say, we should know that when we talk about accounting standards, the ICI, they first came out with the standards in 1977. At that time, government did not agree. And that time, but yes, we pushed on, and then standardization came. And then later on, these standards, government accepted. These standards only, the same, ICI. ICI is a standard setting body. ICI is also a regulator. It is not an institution. Everyone knows about it. So now, thereafter, it was brought into the Companies Act itself that standards issued by ICI would be there. Right? So when we are coming to the valuations, either the regulators or the government says they are different than the international, because there is no one international standard. There are various. So why is there any difference between the Indian ICI valuation standards and others? Or just because one of the regulators, ICI, has brought it, so no, we want international. So that is a different thought process. Just putting, not going into that. But yes, if there are certain differences, we can always go and amend and do that. But yes, going back to our subject right now, that yes, the changing landscapes due to this now regulation and standardization of the valuation rules and regulation, I'll request Shuklaji to please give his initial views. Thank you.
Thank you. And very good evening to everybody, and it is my privilege to be present here in this 5th annual day conference. And of course, it is the last lecture. I will not go into greater introductory remarks, but definitely on the regulatory perspectives and the landscape, the topic which has been given to me is very, very apt and important. So I will devote few times on the basics, and then we will sit together and discuss and deliberate. Friends, as you have been told in the morning since beginning, I think you have been told many times that the rules are there, Companies Act came in, and the very institutional framework has been designed, valuation standards have not been framed, and valuation industry is still facing challenges. But if I go to the very basic, the value as a noun and as a verb, both is inbuilt in this profession. To value an asset and become a value in the system and become valuable in the system, all three are expected from the from the registered valuers. Historically, if you see that the valuation has not been new. I mean, from the very ancient times, the barter system also had been designing the valuation. You cannot buy things without a value. What is a value actually? Value is that at a price on which the other person can be taking that commodity. It is very, very apt, very, very basic definition. Sometimes we get entangled in the price and the value. I think that had been talked about, but coming to the institutional framework and the regulatory framework, this profession has been basically developing on the customs and the best practices. The financial markets, I am the advocate of that particular concept, that financial markets are not dependent upon the rule of law, the regulatory prescriptions. They develop on their own, rules and regulations do follow, and sometimes, of course, the rules and regulations also develop the market. This profession, which is basically depending on the subjective opinion of the individuals, doesn't need a law to be made, what should be my basic conduct. I think that can be based on the best practices, and that is why the catalytic organization, the self-regulatory model, the rule has prescribed where the registered valuers organizations could play a catalytic role in the development and also to prescribe the best practices. So we have to think through and find out the solutions to the problems thrown upon us. This area will keep on throwing problems. The 5 years time we have traveled a lot, achieved a lot. But that is not time to take a halt and say that well done. This is the time which has thrown challenges that we have to go ahead and find the further milestones. Merely because there are the regulators, there are the registered valuers organizations, there is a government, and there is a prescriptive rule given, shouldn't satisfy you. I think the rules are dealing with only with 3 financial assets, and that is not the end of the road. We are now talking about the company and corporate valuation. If you think, and this is also not a new thing, I think you are from the market, I'm not an expert valuer, but the literature, how much I have read, I think that way back in 1939, the McLean said that even the financial statements have to write the financials based on the value and the profits and loss changing based on the change in the value of the assets. Way back even in the financial disclosures, now they are thinking about the value disclosures. If you see the challenges thrown to us, we are not only limited to the physical assets valuation. Today we are facing the very, very innovative challenge of the magic of the intangibles. And you might see that in many of the sectors, the intangibles are contributing more than the tangible assets. Particularly in the case of the unicorns, if you see that the Zomato has no visible assets, but its market cap is same as that of the Coal India, which is having the monopoly, around 70% of the market share in the coal business. So we have to face the challenges that we are also today facing the challenges thrown by the ESG. The Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report SEBI has very recently decided to ask for from the corporates. That also is going to be accounted for the value of the corporates and the companies. When I come to this, I think various other regulators, and I have listed few of them, and you might be knowing, but I thought it is very, very apt to list them, that the challenges thrown upon us are asking us to rise to the occasion, take the opportunity, develop ourselves, rather than looking at the regulatory prescriptions. The intangibles I mentioned, I mentioned about the ESGs, the technological innovations. They are throwing greater challenges to us. I mean, greater challenges to us. The automatic valuation models, the AI used in the system, of course, you will be leading you, that you have to cope up with the situations, learn the trick of the game, learn the skills of the game, be in the skin of the game, and then do the valuation. It is a very expertized task. It is also art and science. Though it is very subjective, but it requires a greater skill. the regulatory structure, if you see the conceptual regulations, rules which have been prescribed, they have left a lot of leveraging in the hands of the valuers. They have given the option to adopt the international valuers standards, as Pramod said, with the option that you can adopt any of the standards prescribed by any valuer. It doesn't say that only ICAI, but if ICAI has prescribed evaluation standards, nothing stops you from adopting that standards. It is my personal opinion. That's okay, but you can adopt them also, then nothing stops you from adopting them. What I'm trying to say is that you have to find innovation, learn from the tricks, and adopt the best practices and find the best solutions. I think if you see the few of the orders given by the IBIB very, very recently, if that kind of mistakes we are committing, then we have to think through that the assumptions are based basically on the asset register, assigning value without visiting the physical assets, without looking at the assets. So how can we be, discussing today on the greater standards that we should having these international standards if we are not able to do the basics? So I always talk on the basics. Of course, if we lose the basics, we lose everything. So the other thing would be the globalization and the valuation. The markets are integrated today. I think my friend Amit will be mentioning about the savage prescriptions, but I will just give you an example, and many of you might be knowing that today investment in India is costlier than many European countries in the stock market, in the equity market. It has increased from 2.4% to 2.8%. Still, India has maintained the sustainable foreign investment merely because of the valuations of the assets, not on the stock market prices. And the studies have shown, you can search on the Google, you will find the research on this, that the foreign investment in India is solely and predominantly increasing, not because of the stock market prices, but because of the valuations. To the private equity, venture capitalist, investment management, everybody looking for the valuation. And that is why I think the strategy need to be changed. We need to think through and find better solutions. Leaving the traditional way behind, we can find solutions and address the problems. The problems throw challenges with the solutions. I think we have found solutions to the sects given by 11 brothers, and how can we say that we have no solutions to these problems in India? Why should we look to the international standards? Of course, we can derive something from that, but there is a need for having Indian standards, and we are thinking about that. Coming to the insolvency process, if you see that greater emphasis and faith has been put on the valuers. Of course, the insolvency and bankruptcy code only in two situations prescribed there should be valuers. One is voluntary liquidation, other was the avoidance transactions. But IBBI put in the regulations in the liquidation and the CIRP regulations that there should be valuation by two registered valuers. And valuation, why it is so important? Because market demands it. We are dealing with, I think one aspect also need to be, highlighted here. The valuation is getting pressure not only because of the distress of the market. We are dealing with insolvency cases, of course we are having the distress of the assets. But you also deal with the inflationary pressures put by the market. There would be valuations desirable not only because there is a distress in the market, but also because there is inflation in the market, because it is not disclosing the correct price. So what could be the value? So friends, coming to the insolvency process, we are thinking, and you might have seen the discussion paper floated by the government, and one of the very important change that we are proposing is that is about distribution and resolution to be separated in the resolution plan. And that is the objective is this, that the equitable and transparent distribution process will be with a clear and objective formula and in that the valuer's role will be very, very important. The significance of this amendment would be that by providing a clear, equitable, and objective scheme for the distribution of proceeds, substantially it will heighten the role of the valuations in the process. At the same time, they will also create no new bedrocks upon which the distribution of proceeds will be based. The discussion paper is also suggesting about the providing the valuation statement of the assets in the information memorandum shared with the resolution applicants. Of course, this would be a procedural things to do, but of course, the role of the valuers would be increasing. So I thought these are the few areas which I thought I should list, that we should, going forward, think through and find solutions and improve the resolution process, in valuation process, and help in the resolution of the company in the value maximizations. I think the very noble initiative was taken by the government to institutionalize the system, but still something more needs to be done. Bill is pending, standards are pending, of course we had been discussing, but nothing stops this industry from developing itself based on the best practices. Again, I would highlight that this profession is a valuer's profession, but make the profession valuable. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Shuklaji, for giving very real insights. And yes, few more sectors need to be, and more sectors need to be added to this valuation bucket, I would say. Now I'll request Amit Pradhanji to please share his views on the subject.
Okay, so good afternoon. Pradeep Kumar sir, and my colleague Santosh Shuklaji, Jain Saab, and my former colleague Mr. Deepak Rao. I'm thankful to the ICAI RBO for inviting me for this talk. See, till recently I was a part of IBBI as a regulator, and I was in charge of this valuation division also as executive director. So it's just less than the 1 month I have just shifted to my parent organization, which is SEBI, and I was introduced as adjudicating officer, so I'm just a little bit correcting. I'm a regional director. I am based at Delhi only, and just controlling this northern regional office of SEBI. So these valuation rules were notified somewhere in, I believe, if I'm not wrong, 15 July 2017. So in IBBI, we have a system of monthly meetings where we call all RBOs, and we do a meeting and we discuss all the regulatory issues and also any progress of any issues made by RBOs, anything to be done for the regulation of this valuation profession. So maybe before July last year, in one of the meeting, we were discussing that we are approaching this 5 years, because as IBBI also, as IBC also, we had just celebrated 5 years celebration. So I think RBOs, they took it and they celebrated this 5 years birthday of the valuation rules, and they named it as a valuation day. We had a grand celebration in Habitat Center. So going forward, I believe now all RBOs are following that 5 years birthday plan, and this is the turn for the ICAI RBO. So I congratulate them and also happy birthday to them also. So as I have an all dual role here, some of IBBI, some of SEBI. So SEBI, I have just gone back, so I have come with some issues related to SEBI also, because SEBI under its regulations has mandated valuation at various stages. And the definition of the valuer under SEBI regulation is that valuers registered under section 247. And
you all are the valuers who are under 247 of the Companies Act, and IBBI is a regulator for that. So Praveen Kumarji sir just said that in the FSDC, they have just agreed in the September that this government offices and especially financial sector regulators, they will be engaging with the registered valuers who are registered by IBBI. So may I just share you, sir, there is a long list I have come with. SEBI had even prior to that already prescribed that any valuation is to be done, it has to be done by registered valuers only under the IBBI context. So as that list, I may just share with you, maybe you may be aware of it, but it's my duty to share with you. So one of the area that is a mutual fund, we do mandated this valuation that every mutual fund shall ensure that asset management company computes and carries out valuation of investment made by its schemes in accordance with the investment valuation norms specified in that schedule of the regulation. Another regulation is collective investment scheme that also notifies that its assets under management are also to be valued, but unfortunately there is no collective investment scheme exists in the country. Under the issue and listing securitized debt instrument and security receipt regulations, it also mandates that during the listing of securities received, and second is continuous listing also, that valuation is also mandated. In the takeover, whenever any open offer is given and the trade shares which are listed in the stock exchange are infrequently traded, there is also a mandate that valuation has to be done by a registered valuer. Then also under alternative investment funds, infrastructure investment trust, and the real estate investment trust, this valuation has been mandated by the registered valuers. Then under the scheme of arrangements, I will take you to back as back as in 2010 somewhere. We used to face problem when any listed arm is acquiring any unlisted arm, or unlisted arm is acquiring any listed arm. So their valuation issues we used to face. So whenever these arrangements applications were filed in high courts, so that some valuation, due to some valuation issues, the interest of this minority shareholders was getting harmed. How that was getting harmed? That valuation of the one of the entity was not being valued in a true sense. So SEBI mandated that whenever an arrangement application is filed, and they have to file it before in advance with SEBI, and they have to take permission from SEBI or NOC kind of thing. So later on also we prescribed this under the LODR regulation, that valuation in such cases is also a need. Then this municipal debt regulations, valuation of bond in case of sale purchase before maturity, valuation has to be done. Issue of capital and disclosure requirements regulation, it says that if an issuer has issued superior rights equity shares to its promoters, the said issuer shall be allowed to do in IPO for only ordinary shares for listing on the main board, subject to the compliance of few conditions, including that the net worth of the security received shareholder shall be determined by a registered valuer. In case of conversion of debt, when preferential issue is made to lenders pursuant to the conversion of their debt, the conversion price shall be determined by two independent valuers. Where the specified securities are issued on a preferential basis for consideration other than cash, the valuation of the assets in consideration of which the equity shares are issued shall be done by an independent valuer. There are variety, it's not the exhaustive list, but another area which SEBI comes across with the valuation issues is SEBI has been given power to issue attachment orders and do recovery proceedings wherever there are orders against the defaulters for refund and penalties are imposed. So in those situations also we have come across some issues. I'm just sharing with you. I think this is common issues in all the sectors, not only to SEBI. So in one of the case, when one valuer was appointed, and then valuation was done about a land, It was a very high valuation, say somewhere in 10 crore or maybe 12 crore. But when no bid was received against that valuation, then the second valuation was ordered, and the valuation came even just 1/10 of the previous valuation. The reason was that that land was a wet land, जिसमें कहते हैं दलदल होता है. So it is of no use. It is a worthless land. So maybe that valuer initially who valued, he has not visited that place, nor has not seen it. Maybe he has seen some circle rate and all that. Based on that, some valuation was done. So it is important that physical verification is the key for the valuation. Another issue we have faced in takeover, in one of the case when a valuer valued a share, say 2,000 rupees. Then second valuer said 3,000. Then we started receiving complaints that the shareholders who were to get this offer in this, so they came and complained to SEBI that valuation is not as per the mark. So that valuation was revised to 6,000 rupees, and that valuation was approved by our tribunal also, because they said this valuation, and that was based on the third valuer, the 6,000 rupees. So that has passed the scrutiny of the law, and Tribunal of Securities Appellate, they have also upheld, and they said that valuation is not a precise science, but at the same time, sometimes information asymmetry may be the reason for difference in valuation. So it is important that whenever anybody is appointing a valuer, should share all the information which is available with the person who is seeking the valuation. So with this, I just stop here, and there are certain some question and answer. Then we will try to deal with that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Pradhan Sahab, for sharing that various valuations which are required under SEBI also. Thank you very much. And now I request Deepak Rao ji to share his initial views on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good evening, Praveen sir, Pramod Jain sahab, my seniors, Santosh Shukla sahab, and Amit Pradhan sir. It's always a challenge to be the last speaker on the last session of the day, but I take it positively because those who finish the game, they are always remembered. So this is any problem? Can you please guide me how to operate it? Okay. So, changing landscape of valuation ecosystem. Now, I would be focusing on the valuation ecosystem and its landscape and what has changed during last 5 or 6 years ever since these rules came. So, first of all, I would discuss the background. There was already an ecosystem of valuation. So it's not that the valuation ecosystem is new. So what was that valuation ecosystem? There is a history of valuation in the country. When you read the history, you'll realize that valuation existed even in the Gupta or Maurya dynasty. Chanakya wrote about valuation, that the land revenue was basically driven by the valuation, and there was a set of professionals or a panel of professionals who were doing valuation at that time. There was a psychology and attitude of players and stakeholders. When you are in a profession, the professionals have their own psychology, the stakeholders have their own psychology, and the way they deal with each other, that has been there for centuries. I have a gut feeling that my plumber always cheats me. This is the psychology between the person who consumes the service and the person who gives the service. There is a perception in the market about your profession. So for any professional ecosystem, how good it may be, how bad it may be, how professional it may be, how unprofessional it may be, there would be a perception. And sometimes these perceptions are responsible for making your profession successful. It's not your caliber. Your caliber plays an important role, but in addition to your caliber, it's your perception which also do play an important role. There is an economics of valuation profession. There is a demand and supply, and being an economic service officer, I can never ignore that. So when all these things were there, then came rules in 2017. Now these rules changes the landscape of valuation. So what exactly changes? If you see this graph, there is a valuation ecosystem, the orange one, which was already there, and then came the valuation rules, the navy blue. And then there is a subset which lies on both the circles. So in 2017, when the new rules came, whether it impacted the subset or it impacted the entire valuation ecosystem. I think in this debate, we need to focus that, because focusing on this particular topic will help us understand where we will go in future. हमारी रेंज कहाँ पर है, हम कहाँ जाने वाले हैं. यदि हमें उस सबसेट पे ही फोकस करना है तो इट्स वेल, बट अगर हमें उस पूरे वैल्यूएशन इकोसिस्टम के ऑरेंज सर्कल पे फोकस करना है तो वी हैव टू थिंक डिफरेंटली. Now these limitations, this presentation will have certain limitations. I won't touch upon the rules part. The presentation is changing landscape after the introduction of the rule. I'll discuss the changing landscape without touching upon the rules. It's based on my experience. I worked in IBBI for 1 year. I'm not a valuer. I don't understand valuation. In fact, valuation is Greek for me. What I have done in last 1 year, I handled rules, but more than rules, basically I spoke with the persons who deal with the rules. So people sitting here, they were the source of my inputs. Some of them are there. I used to speak to them. I still enjoy speaking to them. I'm no longer in that organization, but the people who guided me, they still guide me. I got inputs from individuals as well as institutions, because I was general manager in IBBI and I was handling valuation. So most of the time, I was the first person to receive the call. So it was a desk job for me. I used to get calls from both individuals as well as from institutions. So this presentation would entirely be based on my experience there. I would be decoding or deciphering the words in the presentation. Now the words, you have given me the topic, it's not I have chosen. Changing landscape, valuers versus registered valuers. So what has changed? In any profession, you need to have certain education qualification. So in 2017, you have defined it properly. When you see the valuation rules, the first thing which has changed in the landscape is there are clear-cut qualification prescribed now. But even in this clear-cut qualification, there is a set of confusion. During my childhood, there was one gentleman who did chartered accountant from who became a CA from our town, and when he came back from Nagpur, we all went to receive him in the railway station because it was a small town. So now the qualification says either you can be a chartered accountant, you can be a cost accountant, you can be a company secretary, then either you can be a bachelor degree holder in civil engineering, mechanical engineering and all. But there are a number of universities giving degrees and diplomas. एक चीज़ अभी भी क्लियर है कि क्या करस्पॉन्डेंस से किसी ने किया हुआ है तो वो वैलिड है कि नहीं है. आर दे एट पार, आर whether we need to treat them equally. Experience. Now registered valuers, there are 3 basic dimensions. They are qualified, their qualification has been tested, they are experienced. Now experience part is there is a clarity with confusion. Why I'm saying confusion? Because in your profession, among chartered accountants, cost accountants and all, they are already regulated professions. And then when you produce a certificate that you have been practicing, there is certificate of practice. But what about a civil engineer? Sometimes they produce a certificate that I have been working with my father. It could be very much possible that he has been working with his father. But what happens when he brings a first certificate? He says that I have been working for last 10 years, and then he says I haven't filed my income tax return because I haven't earned anything. So what is the experience which I have gained? So can you believe in certain such experiences? Then testing parameters. As I have said that not all universities are equal, so we have a testing pattern and we register people on the basis of these test examinations. Knowledge gathering. What has changed in knowledge gathering in last 5-6 years? So because these are the dynamics of that landscape, these are the basically those aspects where you need to focus on, where you need to concentrate. The way things are changing, past is not much of a guide for future. I see every third month there is a seminar, there is a workshop by RVOs where they want to share the latest information about valuation profession. And valuation, what do? Basically, you value an object in the market, and the market changes very frequently. And the best or the worst part of the market is you don't get a second chance to create first impression. Regulatory framework. 2017 onwards, it's not just the IBBI. You have your own regulators. When I came here at 3:30 something, there was a discussion going on. I was sitting with my friend Subhash, and then there was a demand that when RVOs are already there, why should IBBI take action? So at least you have a realization that you have a job to do. I don't know whether it was there before 2017 or not. This is something which you need to think. Demand side factors. What are demand side factors? In any market, there is supply and demand. So what has changed after 2017? There is an acceptance and accreditation. As a GM in IBBI, I used to get calls from some railway officials or some senior officials of Port Trust कि आप कुछ अच्छे valuers का नाम बता दीजिए. Then I would say, sir, मैं suggest नहीं करूँगा, मैं आपको list दे दूँगा, आप उनसे बात कर लीजिए. Then because of my curiosity, I would ask them, sir, आपके पास तो पहले से ही list होगी. They said, नहीं, हमें registered valuers चाहिए. So there is an acceptance and accreditation. I'm using two different words because इनके मायने अलग हैं. Judicial scrutiny. I need not say that. You all understand because now valuation is discussed everywhere. NCLT, NCLAT, even courts में भी वो valuation की बात करते हैं और valuation के ऊपर जो है अपने निर्णय देते हैं. Now there is an institutional setup. RVOs we were discussing because this program is basically organized by an RVO. What do RVOs do? And what has changed from 2017? These RVOs are basically supply side agents in the market. Market demands certain valuation professionals, and then they make sure that these valuation professionals are up to the quality. They do the training and capacity building of valuers. It has been going on even before 2017, but my friends in RVOs told us that the pace has gone up, or in fact the canvas has expanded after 2017. I don't know whether it's true or false because what I have seen is that to some extent it has the topics on which they organize workshops and all, they have been very relevant. Survival of the fittest. There are 16 odd RVOs, but effectively only 5 to 6 are really working. So there have been RVOs earlier also, but the game has changed. If you don't perform, you won't be there in the market. Competition versus cooperation. See, market has a limited space. These RVOs are competing among themselves. When I used to meet in capacity of a general manager, then there were complaints, counter complaints, but they do cooperate also. When they were all sitting in the dais, I could see that there was some amount of, unanimity that we need to take up these issues with the regulator when issues affected them. So they cooperate with each other and they compete with each other. That is something I don't think it was there before 2017. I'm talking about the changing landscape. They are the frontline regulators. Somebody said, give it to RVOs, we'll deal it. See, that is one aspect. The other aspect is, ultimately they are our clients, they are our members. We have to be soft. So an RVO's approach is always handled with care. Because it's not that they are going to take action. Obviously, they'll take action, but they'll lose something also. And I said, past is not much of a guide for future. Because when we talk about the landscape, it's not just the physical landscape. The way things are changing, it is going to impact all of us. Now, demand side factors. Most of you have read a novel called Animal Farm, where it was said that all are equal, some are more equal. I realized it when I used to get calls from different government departments and all demanding the list of registered valuers, RVs, and they would say, नहीं हमें valuers नहीं registered valuers चाहिए. Then I realized कि registered valuers are something more than the normal valuers. So that is the change which has taken place after 2017. There have been a growing acceptance among registered valuers. I think Amit sir raised this issue of FSDC. FSDC is advice to other government departments, regulators, and institutions. Now, regulations bring carrot and stick. If you do well, you have a name. As I said, registered valuers are something more than the normal valuers, but at the same time, if you are a registered valuers, you are prone to action. If you do something wrong, you are open to action. So that is one change which has taken place after 2017, because your ethical, your professional behavior is under surveillance now. There is a skewed demand. I don't know. You have to tell me, because some of the valuers would directly call me on my mobile and said, "Sahab, market में हमारी demand नहीं है, कुछ ही लोगों को काम मिलता है." Whether it's a reality or myth. Some of them have told me that 2017 के पहले शायद ऐसा नहीं था. But see, I'm not in the profession. I don't belong to your group. But whether this change has taken place or not, it's this August gathering has to decide. And if it has not taken place, or if it has really indeed taken place, then the reasons you'll have to find out. Limited market versus there is enough for everyone. Whether valuation market is a limited market or whether everybody has enough to attain a square meal a day. There is one debate which has taken place which has started taking place after 2017. Some people say that only big valuers or some RVs are getting jobs. The smaller valuers are nowhere in the picture. In spite of spending too much of money, they are not getting something in return. Now, valuation versus valuation under IBC, because IBC came in 2017, and that's where the landscape has changed, if it has changed at all. Now, earlier there were financial institutions, there were Companies Act, taxation, and other market-based requirements. So if you see these 4 circles or diagrams, they were operating in islands. They were not related to each other. Now there is an entire ecosystem of IBC, and within that ecosystem, there is something called valuation ecosystem. It's a part and parcel of IBC now. So this is one change which has taken place. Now, in the changing landscape, what exactly changes? It's not the physical changes. The more importantly is the change in your thought process. The change which has taken place after 2017. If there has been a change in the thought process, that is something which is going to determine your future. Now, valuation under IBC, there are various stakeholders. Obviously, corporate debtors, क्योंकि आप एक ही करी कराई है. Then creditors, क्योंकि आपने पैसा दिया है. Then resolution professional, regulators, resolution applicants, workers and employees, legal institutions जो उसमें involve होता है, and last but not least, the most important, entire market. अब एक चीज़ आप सोचिए, this morning we were discussing that IP doesn't cooperate. The bankers don't give us all the documents. When we do some valuation, we are at no fault, still we are being penalized. The regulator doesn't understand our limitation. The NCLT doesn't understand the nitty-gritties of the valuation. कितनी बार ऐसा हुआ कि हम सब साथ में मिलके एक बार वैल्यूएशन के प्रोफेशन और उसकी प्रॉब्लम्स को हमने डिस्कस किया है? You have to tell me. If this is the change in the thought process, then it's going to be important for future. क्योंकि अगर इतनी सारी चीज़ें हैं जो सुबह से आप बता रहे थे, 3 बजे से मैं सुन रहा था, और उसके पहले भी आप कह रहे थे कि वैल्यूअर्स की अपनी प्रॉब्लम होती है, वैल्यूएशन प्रोफेशन की अपनी प्रॉब्लम होती है, जो ये सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स से कहीं ना कहीं रिलेट करती है, तो then how many times we have sit together and discussed all these problems? Now, another thing is, IBC is a relatively new law. Jurisprudence is still evolving. जब हम IPC, Indian Penal Code की बात करते हैं, तो there are certain court cases or rulings of Supreme Court which have become benchmark rulings. But IBC, I think, still it has to have certain rulings to define the code. Jurisprudence is still evolving, as I said. Things sometimes become vague. Now, whether this vagueness is also due to valuation or improper valuation is due to this vagueness, this is something we need to discuss, because this is the thought process which is going to be important for us, especially those who are doing valuation under IBC, because we are discussing changing landscape of changing landscape of valuation profession after 2017. Now the biggest problem is communication is, the problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. जब हम individually एक से बात करते हैं तो नहीं हम सब जानते हैं. When you talk to IPs, they said, we understand valuation. When you talk to regulators, they also understand because I was a part and parcel of regulator. When you talk to bankers, they say, we also understand valuation. But in fact, what do they understand about valuations? Nobody knows. So there is a need to sit together and introspect on all these issues. So Amit sir told a story about one particular valuation of a marshy land, and there is a story which I would like to narrate with the permission of chair. It won't take more than a minute, sir. There was a shop in Noida. A valuation was done. It was something like X. After some time, another valuation was done. It was 10% of the previous valuation. Nobody understood the concept, and the judiciary, the tribunal also ordered us, not to the IP, to regulator, to revisit the entire valuation. There has been something wrong in the second valuation. Later on, when we went through the subject, we realized that it was a shop. And what happens in a shop, what I understand is, the valuation depends upon the footfall, the visibility of the shop. If the shop is at a visible place, then it will have a better valuation. That particular shop was in a mall, and the mall was about to be closed. So as the mall was to be shut down, the value of shop drastically came down. Nobody understood this concept, and then we went on doing something which should have been or could have been avoided. Now it's time to change a bit, because we all need to understand something or other about valuation. This is the thought process which should be there if it has not been there, because it would be an integral part of the changing landscape of valuation profession. Valuation is not just for valuers. Everybody needs to understand a bit of valuation. Now, what is valuation? I'm not a valuer, but I've read a few reports, and what I could understand is valuation basically has two ingredients. First is a number, and second is a story behind the number. Sometimes the number becomes important, sometimes it's the story behind the numbers which become more important. What happens is, when I've seen some valuation reports, the story was not justifying the numbers. Story was going in some other direction and number was going in some other direction. So generally we accepted that the story and the number should go in the same direction. As a layman, when we read the valuation report, we should not get confused about the storyline and the conclusion of the storyline. Now others should, what I said is, it's a story and a number. Now, if you are going to narrate a story, I can understand that story only when I do understand the language in which you are speaking. So when I say that we need to understand valuation, I don't mean that we all should become experts in the valuation, but at least we need to understand the language in which you are speaking. We need to understand the basic nitty-gritties of the valuation. There is an advertisement of sale. There is a little bit of sale in everyone's life. When I was in valuation, I would tell my junior colleagues that there has to be a little bit of valuation in everyone's life. Debate on standards. There has been a debate on standards, whether international valuation standards, so we should have Indian standards. And I was part and parcel of that debate, because in IBBI, I was a part of the team which initiated a process that we should explore the possibility of having separate standards for IBC. Sometimes complicated problems require complicated solutions. This is what I realized when I went through the standards. It was basically an initiative by regulator and inputs from the practitioners. What we did, I don't know whether things have changed, because I left IBBI 4 months back. After that, I haven't laid my hand on anything pertaining to insolvency. And basically, I came to give this presentation because I was requested by Sarika ji and all. As I learned a lot from them, so it was my turn to pay them back. So I don't know what happened after that, but it was initiated by a regulator where we bought some prominent RVOs and we said, can we explore the possibility of having IBC specific standards? Now the problem is, the entire debate came to one particular point. International valuation standards are too broadly defined. We should have those standards which could pinpoint action. Now, whether it should be broadly defined or it should be narrowly defined, there were a lot of debates or discussions in our meetings when we had those meetings with the experts from RVOs. Now, please carefully see these two slides. My daughter gave it to me last month. There is an elephant and there are dots which need to connect. She told me, Papa, ispe kya banana? And there was no elephant there. It was just open-ended dots. And I can vouch 9 out of 10 will either draw a mouse or some lady or some garden. अगर आपके ओपन एंडेड वैल्यूएशन स्टैंडर्ड्स ऐसे ही होंगे और आपको बताया नहीं जाएगा कि आपको क्या ड्रॉ करना है, तो आप वैल्यूएशन कैसे निकालोगे इससे अंदाज़ा लग जाएगा. एंड दिस इज अदर वन. अगर आपके स्टैंडर्ड्स इतने टाइट होंगे where you are told that this is the elephant and the color of the ears of elephant should be red, then there would be no place for creativity. So either you are on the one side of the moon or other. So there is one particular debate which has been going on, at least I was a part and parcel of the debate, and it's going to change the landscape of the valuation ecosystem if it has not changed yet. This is the standards. Well, whether it should be open-ended international valuation standards or we should have very tight, tightly drawn standards for IBC. And this is one particular thought which always influenced me, कि यदि आप पारंपरिक हैं तो आप मौलिक नहीं हो सकते. You can't be conventional and original at the same time. If the standards were drawn some 10 years back, they might be right, they might be perfectly fine in that context, but things change, context change, so you have to change. Now the last and the most important thing, what would be the way ahead? When you talk about the changing landscape, something which has already taken place, something which is taking place, and something which you presume will take place. It doesn't matter how strong your opinions are. If you don't use your power for positive change, you are indeed a part of the problem. So this is for my friends who are in the valuation profession and my friends who are running RVOs. The punchline for the future, because the change doesn't just include past. You have said that the landscape has changed in the last 5 years. Of course it has changed. Physical changes have taken place. They have been changed in the thought process, but ultimately the thought process will decide or determine your future, and this would be the punchline. During my childhood, I used to enjoy a newspaper ad of Tata Steel, which said that we also make steel. Anybody who understands a bit of English grammar will realize that when they're saying we also make steel, then they make something else. On the top of the ad, they would write, we make lives. नीचे होता था इस्पात भी हम बनाते हैं. Now, what do? What should be the punchline for you? You are registered valuers. We also do valuation, no? But you do something else. We leave an impact on the market. Thank you. From Deepak.
बहुत बढ़िया सर. मतलब कि एक्चुअली सर यू डोंट नीड अ सेकंड you don't need a second chance to create a first impression, because your first impression, it was the first chance you got that impression. And of course you have been the Dhoni winning the World Cup on the last ball, the sixer. So the last speaker, yes, very, very nice.
2020 in IBB.
Yes,
I
but it's good. And again, that, various punchlines again, that we cooperate and yet compete. Certain things really struck the minds. I saw people smiling. So many things out of it. Really great. We are there since morning. So I'll not take much time, only just one point, which there was a discussion starting when Praveenji started and he's talked about it. When we talk about various regulators, various laws, there could be various valuers. Like in income tax, even a merchant banker can value, a chartered accountant can value, still they can value. Or even Rule 34 AB, when everyone said that you register, you can get the valuation done. Under the FEMA, they say, okay, a chartered accountant can do a value. And the issue is under the Companies Act, till late 2021, Because if various companies who are required to comply with the Ind AS, so their fair evaluation is there. So that valuation anyone could do. Because there was no clear cut, though registered valuer section 247 was there under the Companies Act itself. Yet there was no standardization here that who should do the valuation. So there the institute came forward and we started making representations to various regulators. MCA, SEBI, IBBI, RBI, SEBI, like everyone where variations are required. And we told them, okay, why not you make that, because now there is standardization, there are rules, there is regulations, though the examination is conducted by IBBI, yet they are regulated by IBBI and they have gone through that course to do the valuation. So why not all these valuations, whether it is income tax or SEBI or wherever, be done by the registered valuers? So in fact, we got success in one of the ways when the Schedule 3 was amended, and they specifically mentioned that when the valuation is done under the Companies Act, that valuation is done by the registered valuer. So that was done. Now let us take a very simple case. A company wants to issue a share. So what happens under the Companies Act? Of course, the registered valuer, he has to value that shares for the issue of shares. But income tax says, no, you are using this method, so you go to the merchant banker. So that company, even though it is going for a small raising of capital, not a public issue, a private placement or a preferential issue, so they get two valuations done, and then there is an issue. Now there is another issue where RBI says, FEMA says, that you do an issue of a share, so the foreign exchange which is coming, the share price which is coming, the Indian company should not get less than that fair value. Suppose the fair value is 50 rupees, they say it should not get less than 50 rupees for that share. Income tax says that if you get more than 50 rupees, that would be taxed in India. So where does the company go? So these amendments have come. So we all here, we request you all are regulators at some part, IBBI or SEBI or Ministry of Power, so wherever you are. So why can't, because ICI has been trying, you also just through various resources, you are all resourceful persons, tell to various such regulators, which the whole list, Pradhanji and Praveenji and Shuklaji, everyone shared, to tell that, okay, let it be done through the registered valuers itself, and the standardization be there. So No, let us first understand, IBBI there is no registered value. Registered value is under the Companies Act. And there, registered value under IT Act. I know, sir. Yeah. So it is there. That's I told that. Yes, Pradhanji.
As a regulator, I have one issue. Yeah. As SEBI side, I am just sharing with you. Though SEBI has specified by regulations that many of the stock market activities will be valuation will be done by a registered valuer, and that FSTC has also endorsed it. See, ultimately registered valuers are under Companies Act. So who is the authority for them? IBBI. So IBBI, if any issue comes of violation of code of conduct or any violation of the rules or any manipulation, any kind of violation, so I just foresee one regulation vacuum here. See, from SEBI side, if any wrong done during the course of valuation, who is going to take action? Why I am asking this question? Maybe IBBI may not be competent to do that. Why? They are also bound by rules. So now there is an ultimate need that IBBI should be given full power to regulate this profession, and by way of regulation, by way of amendment under the Companies Act, those anomalies or the gaps should be plugged in, so that more and more confidence of the regulators will build up, other regulator, and they will go towards registered valuers. So that's a vacuum or maybe gap I can just foresee.
No, just
thank you.
add to that.
Praveenji.
See, there are two ways of going through it. One is the statutory way to bring out an act. Valuers bill is attempting that. It has listed out around 15 various areas where the valuers, once it becomes National Institute of Valuation, that will be the primary activity, then this problem gets solved. What you are suggesting is more of a cooperative approach. Convince the regulators without waiting for the bill. Let the regulators say that registered valuers only should be allowed. Now, first job, I think perhaps the RVOs or whoever, IBBI, etc., should look at what is the apprehension of SEBI, etc., in using registered values. What value a merchant banker is bringing in, which your RVO is not, or your registered value is not bringing in. Then we have to plug that gap. Only then the SEBI, there's nothing wrong. SEBI should not have any hesitancy in taking registered valuers, since they know that there can be a disciplinary action against the fellow. Maximum SEBI can blacklist that merchant banker for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year for doing valuation, that kind of thing they can do. But when the institutional mechanism, I think no regulator will resist going to such an institutional mechanism where people are disciplined, are under a code of conduct, are working on that. But there must be something missing, which registered value is not bringing to the table, which SEBI demands or FEMA demands. Something will be there. Perhaps a dialogue is required, that what is missing, where we want to plug it. I think the RVOs or IBBI can take a lead on that.
Just to supplement, I think if you discuss the regulatory architecture, I think everybody will agree that there is a gap in every aspect of the regulatory structure. Companies Act doesn't say anything more than that the valuation under the Companies Act will be by the registered valuers, 247. Then they have made the rules, and authority has been given to the IBBI to register and regulate. But what the code, what the regulation, it is absent. So as Mr. Amit is raising that if some other regulator is taking the services of the registered valuers and he commits mistakes about their valuation, who will take action? That is in the vacuum. Nobody can take action on that. Similarly, if income tax has engaged them, I don't know whether income tax authorities can take action against him. It becomes just a subjective opinion and just an opinion. And he is not bound by any other regulatory structure. But IBBI, presently, if you see some of the orders recently have come, 4 or 5 orders have come, the kind of misdemeanors which have been observed in the insolvency process per se, they are raising some concerns. I think if we start looking at them, I think these kind of discussions and on those areas perhaps could help, as Mr. Rao was mentioning, that there is no sitting together and finding out the issues and tracing the issues, so we are living in the illusions. In every seminar where I am sitting, I think everybody raises very fundamental question. Who will regulate? What the law is? Again, I was mentioning that if we keep searching there, our profession cannot develop. We have to develop ourselves, and the rule and the act has created the SRO model. The RVO should take the responsibility of disciplining those members who are taking the evaluation of the other statutes. Till the rules are, the bills are, the act are, the whatever we call, are notified by the government. We cannot keep on discussing there is no rule, there is no regulation, and there is no standard, so this profession cannot develop. So my view is that on that.
Thank you, Shukla. In fact, if we take a clue from how ICAI works, so a chartered accountant is again regulated by the institute, but he performs so many services under income tax, GST, company law. So if any regulator finds anything or any stakeholder finds anything, they just refer to the institute, take action. So here, similarly, if any valuer, he issues a report which is not correct, he can refer to the
RVO.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. In the defense of the bill,
Not to be said publicly, RVO is more empowered than IBBI.
that's what
Yes.
Code of conduct, RVO can prescribe. Standards, RVO can prescribe.
Yeah.
So IBBI is only certifying the value, nothing beyond that.
Sorry.
IBBI is of course committed for the development of the profession limited to the insolvency. As I mentioned, even the insolvency code, of course, Rao has mentioned that IBC has created the valuers. I have difference of opinion. The IBC is not talking about the valuation. IBC is talking only valuation by a valuer.
IBC.
Involuntary liquidation and the avoidance transactions. Two transactions only. IBBI is prescribed by regulations that you do by a registered valuer. Like income tax set by its own circulars, you do it by valuation by registered valuer. SEBI said in many areas listed by Mr. Pradhan that valuation by registered valuers. Wealth Tax Act, many other
So many.
things. They may ask you to do the valuation. But if you commit mistake, somebody should take action. And at the present system, I think the RVOs should take that responsibility. And I think they can discipline, guide, and help the
Profession grow.
Profession to grow. Of course, IBBI, to the extent it is a regulator of the insolvency and of the registered valuers, will stand by it. And definitely look it up. Whatever the IBBI is supposed to do, I think before I came, somebody was mentioning about the fees. I have no idea about that, whether IBBI could do it. But if at all IBBI could do it, IBBI will do it. So bring out to the table, discuss, and as Mr. Rao suggests, that sit together and discuss. Let us sit on a round table like this, organized by RVO, and thresh out the issues and find the solutions. We cannot be cribbling on that there is no law, the company jet is silent, rules are silent, and the IBBI has not made any regulation or the standards. Let us find solutions, and solutions can be found.
So nice of you. Thank you very much. Now it is end of the day. Thank you all the esteemed panelists for your enlightening views and sharing your views from your heart to all the participants. Thank you very much. Over to Amit, please.
Thank you very much. With that, we conclude the panel discussion. Thank you so much to all the panelists. Once again, a huge round of applause for everyone here. Thank you. Thank you. Well, with that, we also conclude all the action on day one. So we started on time 11 in the morning, and we are concluding almost on time 5:30. Tomorrow, make sure we're going to start at 10 a.m. So please be with us by 9:45, even earlier. So 10 o'clock we can start. We'll start with the technical session on the topic risk assessment and mitigation. Director General Scope will be joining us, and amongst others, other distinguished speakers as well. So have a nice evening. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.